Buongiorno. Si sente? No. Adesso? Sì. Ok. Buongiorno, benvenuti, benvenute a questa giornata di chiusura dell'8º convegno CUCS Firenze. Introduco brevemente la mattinata e chiedo di far partire le slide. Grazie. Bene, siamo alla chiusura di questa 3 giorni e per introdurre la mattinata mi riaggancio a una delle slide introduttive del pomeriggio del sabato in cui abbiamo richiamato che cosa fanno le università nella cooperazione allo sviluppo e abbiamo richiamato il fatto che sono molteplici le tipologie di attività di cooperazione universitaria allo sviluppo. E negli anni all'interno del CUCS abbiamo maturato questa riflessione di poter in qualche modo classificare, raggruppare queste attività in 3 grandi ambiti che riguardano i 3 ambiti della missione universitaria: la formazione, la higher education, capacity building, la ricerca per lo sviluppo locale e nell'ambito della terza missione quella che abbiamo declinato come science diplomacy e partenariati o cooperazione territoriale. Per questo motivo abbiamo pensato nella giornata conclusiva di fare sintesi, di proporre degli spunti, di avere un momento di riflessione su ciascuno di questi 3 ambiti con delle testimonianze. Quindi la mattinata di stamattina avrà 3 sessioni in sequenza, in serie, ognuna delle quali, le vedete in questa slide, affronta i 3 ambiti di cooperazione universitaria. Inizieremo con Empowering Transnational Higher Education Between Italy and African Countries, sarà coordinata dalla professoressa Sorlini dell'Università di Brescia. Seguirà con la ricerca Scientific Research and Innovation for Development in a Multi-Stakeholder Approach, coordinata dalla professoressa Colombo del Politecnico di Milano. E quindi Science Diplomacy and Cooperation with the Global South, European and Italian Perspectives, coordinato dal professor Simone Arnaldi dell'Università di Trieste. In ciascuna di queste sessioni abbiamo ospiti e relatori, che ringrazio con i 3 coordinatori sessioni fin da ora per la loro disponibilità, che stimoleranno la discussione. Alla fine di ciascuna di queste sessioni, questi blocchetti da 45 minuti, avremo tempo per una breve domanda, un breve scambio con la platea. Avevo anticipato il giovedì che avremmo cercato di mantenere un legame fra la grande varietà e la grande ricchezza di tematiche toccate nella giornata di ieri, nelle molte sessioni parallele della giornata di ieri, che abbiamo chiesto quindi ai coordinatori sessioni di distillare alcuni messaggi chiave, alcuni messaggi importanti che da queste sessioni potevano essere comunicati nella plenaria del sabato per arricchire ulteriormente la riflessione in vista anche della tavola rotonda di chiusura. E quindi, finite le 3 sessioni, prima del break abbiamo questo momento di restituzione breve dei punti che ha coordinato le sessioni e ha voluto segnalare come importanti, già divisi in questi 3 ambiti: formazione, ricerca, science diplomacy e cooperazione territoriale. E questo è stato curato dalla rete Early Career, gli ECS CUCS, che ringrazio moltissimo perché hanno dato questa disponibilità all'ultimo momento e ieri sera hanno fatto un lavoro di raccolta, di sintesi di questi punti, mantenendoli in forma sintetica. Credo che la rete Early Career coglierà anche l'occasione per alcune comunicazioni proprio sull'attività della sezione Early Career. Avremo una pausa e quindi concluderemo con una tavola rotonda in cui abbiamo cercato di creare un momento di sintesi finale e di discussione, di dialogo del mondo universitario, della cooperazione allo sviluppo con le istituzioni. La tavola rotonda sarà moderata dalla rettrice dell'Università di Firenze, Alessandra Petrucci, e parteciperanno il rettore Francesco Castelli dell'Università di Brescia, che è stato anche precedentemente delegato sul CUCS, rappresentante nel CUCS, una delle anime fondatori del CUCS e che ringrazio moltissimo per essere qui oggi. Avremo rappresentanza del MAECI, la Direzione Generale Cooperazione e Sviluppo, con il dottor Luigi Diodati, il Ministero dell'Università e della Ricerca, che sarà rappresentato dal dirigente dell'area internazionalizzazione, dottor Michele Mazzola, che sostituisce il direttore Gianluigi Consoli, e per l'Agenzia Italiana Cooperazione allo Sviluppo sarà presente il dottor Cabasino, che già era intervenuto in plenaria in sostituzione del dottor Carpenati. Quindi l'obiettivo della tavola rotonda sarà un po' di raccogliere gli input della prima parte della mattinata per uno scambio fra proprio università e istituzioni, un po' all'interfaccia fra le nostre missioni, ricerca, formazione, terza missione, e le policy, se vogliamo, in tema di cooperazione. Non mi dilungo oltre, quindi ringrazio tutti i partecipanti, invito la professoressa Sorlini e gli speaker della prima sessione al tavolo.
Per le slide. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this first session on education. Okay, so we start with the first session on education, and I wanted to recall the reason why we suggested this session in this CUCS conference. And the idea was born from a discussion that was promoted among about 20 universities under CUCS coordination. And last November, we gathered to develop an idea of a new project on transnational education in cooperation with African universities. And the idea was to submit this proposal to the transnational education call published by the Ministry of University and Research. And what emerged from this discussion and interaction, that most of all these universities already had in the past developed training and research experience. Non vediamo più. So we developed in the past a training and research experience with foreign universities from low-income countries and middle-income countries. And many universities, Italian universities, already have a different type of connection on education programs through double degrees or a joint master degree, in also PhD programs, and most of the university have master programs in PhD addressed to Italian students that wanted to have a specific training for international cooperation for development. And one important experience was the PFK Platform for Knowledge, founded by the agency, the Italian Agency for Cooperation for Development. And this was a very, I think, useful and positive experience to start to generate a critical mass of data and information, and because many fellowships were funded for master students and PhD students. And the idea was to promote knowledge that could generate impact in the country of origin of the student. And this is a very, I think, interesting idea. And what emerged from this past experience? We agree also, I attended some session yesterday, that good training is the basis for a good cooperation. Then good training involves different levels that are strictly connected each other. So we have basic training that is very important to give an interdisciplinary approach to cooperation project, including social aspects, anthropological and cultural aspects, economical. Then we have a specialized training to become skilled in one maybe specific sector. I work in the field of environmental engineering, and I explain to our students and PhD students that it's very important to have good knowledge on interdisciplinary concepts, and at the same time it's very important to focus their training on specific skills, because in cooperation you have to bring specific and very qualified skills. Then we have training for research, because it's important in university we connect every day training and research, and so we will see with the following session that these two aspects are very strictly connected. And then training for cooperation is probably the result of all the other training level, because there is not a specific training for cooperation, but it's something that one person that is more interested in cooperation for development projects can use all the type of training and education programs that are included in all the other levels. And so what we highlighted in this experience that most of the universities that already have this program can have a useful connection through the exchange of students, the academic staff, and these can generate positive impacts in terms of increase of knowledge and also connection among cultures. Different cultures is very important. The intercultural approach to find new solutions in the technological field, in health, and so on. But I think that, and yesterday it was highlighted in several sessions, the concept of the importance of this transnational education is to connect people and to create partnership, not only for knowledge, but also for peace, and to grow a new generation of students and young people that could be responsible for a more sustainable development of our future. And I think that there are some challenges in all these activities. There are many challenges, we know, and it's important to keep in mind that training should be based on a co-designed approach involving all the universities from different countries, more developed, less developed countries, together should be involved in this co-designed approach. So we don't agree the concept of transfer of knowledge. Transfer of knowledge is not a good way to discuss about education. What is important is to share knowledge in a mutual learning environment. So it's important to co-design education programs and to valorize in these proposals all the knowledge, skills, experience. And another important challenge is to update the education programs to a changing world, because we have basic knowledge, is very important, and but we should update these education and training programs, including what happens in the world about the environmental challenges, the health emergencies, new geopolitical assets we discussed yesterday in one session, and also the technological development. I teach the concept of appropriate technology in engineering sector, but this concept is continuously changing because the technological development is very fast. And another challenge is the use of innovative teaching methodologies and tools, because probably this is connected with the world that is changing, and also the way to connect people could be really sustained by the tools, some simplified tools that could be more fast connection. And then another important and challenging point is try to connect universities in these transnational education programs in order to prevent the brain drain. This is important in our experience. We several times discuss about this point with foreign universities. And then probably the future of a good training is also to connect the already existing program that are still working, going on in the involved universities, because they already have programs, they already have skills, and valorize these skills, trying to connect, and so we can talk about joint and double degrees or credit transfer process. It's not easy because these involve a lot of administrative issues that are very complicated, but this could be the way to follow. And after this discussion in this network, we identify one proposal that was now was submitted, and now it's a new project that will start under the transnational education program, and it's a project in cooperation with 21 Italian universities and 93 African universities. And why did we promote this proposal? Because we think that this could be a good way, a good opportunity to make experience on transnational education and try to follow this approach of mutual learning environment. That means co-design training programs and connect many interdisciplinary area, because the idea is to valorize, to develop the interdisciplinary approach to education. And the final objective of this program is to promote a higher quality of higher education system, both in Italy and in the partner countries. So, because I think that from this experience we can generate new outputs that are useful on both sides. And so, I will not go deeply in this proposal, but I think that one point could be the innovative teaching and based on innovative tools and methodologies. So we discussed with our colleagues about some questions that are still open and that could be, I hope, could have additional further contribution from this session and what happened yesterday. And we wonder which type of methodologies are more effective and can create positive impacts in Italian and African institutions and universities, and how can innovative teaching methods contribute to improve the education system, and also which are the main challenges, because we know that mobilities are the base of this connection, physical mobility, but mobility involves many problems, many administrative issues that should be maybe simplified, and how can higher education system promote an effective connection useful for cooperation in local projects, but with the vision of sustainable development at world level. I think it's very important. Connecting different cultures give an idea, a global vision of the sustainable development goals. And what we wanted to do is to start from the retrospective analysis of past experience, because we should learn from the past. What happened in the past cannot be forgotten. It's a very useful input for the future activities. And so now we can, I can give the floor to the following speakers, and I'm very happy to be here with our colleague from the University of Nust in Ghana, Daniel Dua, and he's here. He's an architect, but now he has been invited because he is a Dean of International Program Office of his university. He's a very active university, and so I think that we can learn a lot from your speech, your experience, and this should be a good discussion to try to maybe reply to some of the questions or to add some new elements to our discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and good morning to you all. So I wear two hats. One as an associate professor of architecture. I've been doing this since 2006 at Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. And in our university, the International Programs Office is usually headed by an academic. And I think that even though there are some drawbacks, it has very important strengths that it brings to it. Because in all of the partnership discussions, you have an academic who is at the center of organizing and driving these exchanges. So I've been doing this almost for 3 years, and I would like to talk about the challenges of the educational system of African universities. And then we'll look at some future perspectives. So this is going to be the outline for my presentation this morning. First off, we'd like to look at Africa and within the context of Ghana. Now, Sub-Saharan Africa is the fastest growing child, it has the fastest growing child population who are supposed to go to school. And as if that is not enough, the World Bank reports that even though the current educational capacity has been met, by 2060, we expect 750 million children to also be of school-going age. And so that is a cause of concern that we have to take actions now so that we are not caught unprepared in the future. So when we come to the Ghana's education system, it's broken down into the primary education that has 6 years. And then there are 3 separate years each of junior high school, 3 years, and then the senior high school for 3 years. Then that prepares you for university education. There's a traditional university, and then there are the technical universities and other tertiary educational colleges. So so those who don't know that Africa right there, and Ghana is in the west of Africa, so that is us. Now, tertiary education in Ghana plays a very important role in the development of our country because it trains the country's intellectual and professional workforce. Now, we are responsible for delivering this through various undergraduate, graduate, and professional programs. So when you take my university, for example, primarily, there are a lot of professional-based programs: architecture, engineering, science and tech, medicine, you name it, natural resources. So even though there has been a pretty steady increase in access to tertiary education, there are still some challenges that we'll be talking about, funding for infrastructure and how we can align our curricula to industry. Industry says, oh, maybe your graduates are not so cut out for the industry. And I was telling Sabrina that I am the chief examiner for architects to write their professional exams in Ghana. And yesterday I sent my report for this year's professional exams. And one of the things that we noted was the competency of the architects in the pre-contract stage. And that knowledge you get from the offices. So is it that the offices or industry is not giving them enough, or is it the university that is also not producing enough? So that's another conversation that we have to have. So at the heart of tertiary education in Ghana is Kwame Nkrumah, named after the first president of Ghana, first country, sub-Saharan Africa, to have independence in 1957. So it's Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. We are a leading public university on the continent of Africa. A couple of years ago, we were voted the best university in the world for SDG Goal 4, quality education. And I think the world got so jealous. Last year, we moved 15 places back. We didn't drop, but the others did better. We try to align our educational goal with the development policies of our country. Now, our impact as a university on national development, research, and international academic collaborations is really immense, it's huge. And it means that with more than 400 memorandum of understanding with 47 countries across the world, quite a bit also in Africa, it is important that we note this can be the great driver for global development. So I'd like now to focus on some critical aspects of African higher education. One of it is the funding and resource constraints. So the government, there are so many developmental challenges, they now have to make a decision how to share the government resources. So there's limited government and private sector investment. That means there's inadequate infrastructure. Our university, for example, is a really large one. 90,000 students. We are a city on our own. When you add the staff and support facilities, almost over 100,000 city. And that supposes that we need quite a bit of funding to support that. And then also when you talk about the quality of education, there are pretty large class sizes, especially at the undergrad level. So undergrad class in architecture, first year is 117, but at the postgraduate level, my PhD classes 2, and there's also 6 for other ones. Then there's also the issue of brain drain, where you have qualified faculty and students who are attracted to better opportunities abroad because they think that there are limited career prospects back home and the working conditions are not so attractive. I had 6 years education in Ghana for my architecture degree, undergrad and grad, and then I went to London, Greenwich University, for another master's degree in construction management and economics. So I stayed there for 4 years, and then I returned to take up the position to teach at KNUST. After 4 years, I went to Michigan State University in the US for my PhD, and then I have been back since. But that is not the case for a lot of the people. People really do not want to come back, so it's something that really need to tweak the education system to ensure that they stay. Also, there's inadequate faculty development. There are folks who have done all from undergrad all the way to PhD, everything in Ghana, and they have never traveled to Togo before. That does not really open their minds to different perspectives, and I think that that's also important. And then regarding governance and management issues, sometimes you have corruption, mismanagement, limited autonomy, and then regarding the governance or structures, that also is not too strong, and sometimes it hinders accountability. So then that brings us to some of the challenges of internationalization higher education institutions. So number one is mobility barriers. There are restrictive visa policies. One of our colleagues was telling me that a partner was supposed to come from, I don't know, Tanzania or so, but could not make it because they could not get a visa appointment. And so one of the things that we do well at KNUST is to make sure that we partner with the embassies. So it's easy for us to, we have a good relationship with the Italian embassy, with the German embassy, with the French embassy. We send emails and we're able to get them. But it's not always the case. Visas is difficult. And for our guests who are coming to Ghana, the international office is able to request for visas on arrival for them so that they don't even have to go to the consulate here to apply for visas. And then also the recognition of degrees. Sometimes some of the African degrees are not always recognized globally, and that also hinders opportunity for mobility. Also, there are underdeveloped research infrastructure. And so they have the idea, but they don't have the lab to actually make the research or the experiments. That is why later on we'll talk about some solutions for this. And then there's also the thing about the perception of quality. Sometimes you write a research publication, you go to a journal, and if it's coming from Africa, really they do not want to publish. And so there's low global rankings and research outputs, and very tough to get journal publications. And also there's a limited global visibility. And so when you go to global academic forums, publication conferences, there's a limitation there. Additional challenges has to do with language barriers and cultural differences. So even though Ghana is surrounded by French-speaking countries, and we learn French from primary school to high school, maybe only 0.5% of the population can actually speak. And that doesn't help with the integration. So South-South integration is not too good. Earlier on, whilst I was sitting there, I was responding to an email from one of our partners from Senegal, and the professor had written out in English, and he said, pardon me for my English and all of that. Sometimes language can be a barrier. And then also there's inconsistent policies. We don't standardize the entire or comprehensive education system, and so that also can be a problem. And then government support, also we mentioned earlier on, they do not prioritize internationalization, and that also affects that. And then the safety and stability concerns, So when you go to some of the West African countries, Niger, and those other ones, there are political turbulence there. In Europe as well, there are other places that has that. So when there are safety or political instability, then it's a concern for Africa. But thankfully, we don't have that challenge in Ghana, and that's a good thing to have. So I'd now like to focus on some lessons from past collaborations. So number one has to do with capacity building. And Erasmus funding is one of the biggest sources of mobility for us as a university and most African countries. And it has enhanced institutional capacities. So there are double degrees, 2+2. So you do the course matching, and then you do 2 years in the African university, and then 2 years in the partner university, and get degrees from both universities because you satisfy the requirements for both. In some of Europe, France, for example, in Italy, the undergrad is 3 years. It's 4 years for Ghana and most African universities. So you do 3 years, and then go do 1 year. That qualifies for the final year of undergrad in KNUST, and the first year of the master's degree in the partner university, another year, and then you get your degree. We'll later on talk about the split-side PhD as well. And then also knowledge transfer from some of our partners. We have seen that the successful partnerships is always focused on mutual exchange. So our folks come to us, we go to them, we learn from them, they also learn from us, and we think that this is good rather than having the aid-based models. International collaborations also opens opportunities, and I think that that's the good way to go. Sometimes you start with only a mobility for 2 faculty, and then they write a joint proposal, and then it moves on from one department to the other, and it's university-wide. There are also many initiatives failed because there's not long-term planning, or we got funding for 2 years, let's finish the 2 years and we are done. But we really should be thinking 5 years, 10 years, having 2 years, what do we do over the course of the period? And some partnerships also have directly influenced curriculum development. We had a partnership with Frankfurt University of Applied Sciences. They have a very good program in accessibility and barrier-free architecture that led us to introduce that specialty in the PhD program in architecture. And 3 years ago, we had the first person who graduated on that module, and it was because of these partnerships. And also, there's a need for local context in our research projects. So in Italy, we have had some exchange programs with the University of Brescia and L'Aquila as well. L'Aquila has double degrees in real math, the international school as well. And I don't know if you can spot this man here. Right, so Francesco was in KNUST in 2019 and 2022 for faculty exchanges. We have a few more, and our students as well. These ones here actually visited Brescia for a period, and then always when they come, we do a debriefing at the International Programs Office. And then we also had faculty from Brescia also come to us. So some synergies between African and Italian universities. We can look at language and cultural studies, where we can think of mutual benefits through collaborative language programs. And we think that even if you can have some bit of language studies before students come to Italy, if they have basic knowledge of the Italian language, that helps with the cultural integration. In terms of research collaborations, we also should be focusing on joint collaborations so that we can look at challenges in engineering, in health, in various programs. And we can obviously fall on the strong research capacity of Italian institutions. And faculty and student exchanges are also always very, very important. It enhances, I mean, there's one thing learning about a country and actually visiting to see. And I arrived for the first time in Italy on Wednesday. I spent a day in Brescia. I took 1 hour to walk in the city. And then I'm in Florence. Yesterday, I went through the city. And what I saw, no photo can explain that to me. It's good to actually experience that. And then also we can talk about African, the curriculum development, where we can align the African and Italian curriculum to create very good degree programs. So I close with some thoughts on joint collaboration activities. We can do joint bachelor, master, and PhD programs regarding the issue around brain drain. We can devise PhD programs, for example, that has the student do the 1-year taught course in KNUST, complete their comprehensive exam. When they get to the research stage, they can go to the Italian university partner for 9 months or a year, and then come back home to complete the program and obtain the degree from the home university. Also, we can offer training for our young professors and administrative staff. For us, staff mobility is not only about faculty. We believe there's no point in having the faculty and the students that way and then the administrative staff there. So when you talk about sustainability, they're just looking at you. It's important that we try and have a good balance between the two. And then also target industry-specific fields like healthcare, energy, agriculture, engineering, and also invest in leadership and management training for university administrators and international conferences like this, where we offer mentorship opportunities for PhD students as well. Then we talked about the curriculum development and some courses on quality assurance and how to obtain relevant accreditation. Gracias.
Thank you, Daniel, for your very wide and interesting presentation. So now we can move to the next one, and the speaker is Dr. Michele Mazzola from the Ministry of University and Research, and good morning, Michele. We can start.
Buongiorno, good morning.
Buongiorno. We can try to share the presentation. Sì. Può condividere direttamente sul suo
computer? Good morning, sorry, I can hear you very well. Thank you for the invitation and apologize present in Florence. I hope you can hear me because I have a difficult return by your place. But in the moment I try to share my presentation. Okay, we try again. Perfect. So, thank you, the Professor Duampo, for a very interesting presentation. I will try to give a brief overview of the path that the Italian ministry is taking in this moment. In particular, in this short presentation, I have to provide some insights into 4 initiatives that the ministry is undertaking to develop valuable tools that support the creations and enhancement of a relationship and synergy between Italian and African universities. From this outset, I would like to emphasize in particular that these initiatives are aligned with the Mattei Plan, which, as you know, is a political priority for the current government. Oh, the 4 initiative, I think you can see that. Okay, the 4 initiative, I will talk about very briefly, I promise, are transnational education initiative, bilateral agreement with African countries, strategy for internalization of Italian higher education system, and research capacity building with Africa. So let's try with transnational education initiative. Okay. As you know, the transnational education as TNE were initiated under the National Plan NRP with a funding allocation of 50 million euros. And unfortunately, as you know very well, I think, we experienced some delays in management the call, particularly in the forming the evaluation commission. But I promise that we are now fully operational. And the Court of Auditors, la Corte dei Conti, I don't know if in English is Court of Auditors, but it's possible, returned all 24 grant decrees duly registered just yesterday. So I think on Monday, 23 September, we will hold a meeting to present to Italian University the platform that will be used by implementing entities to sign the deed of obligation, after which we will be disbursing the funding accordingly. They were already born, as you know, the TNR were already born in the NRP with the idea, in particular in the mission 4 component 1, in particular investment 3.4 for teaching and advanced skill. And the purpose of these ideas is to promote cooperation with higher education institutions abroad and to improve the internalization of Italian universities. The program in general is 4 programs: the TNA for professors, TNA for students, double joint degree is very difficult due to the timing that we have, but TNA advanced skill are very useful for students. The goal, as you know, is increase of international students, in particular promote the attractiveness of Italian university educational offers to foreign students, internalization of Italian universities, innovation and competitiveness, and the last, cooperation between universities. Particularly support the expansion of collaboration between Italian universities and foreign universities to the needs that involve in different non-EU contexts, not only in Africa, of course, but in this moment we talk about Africa, but in general in the extra-EU countries. Our proposal, a proposal presented by Italian universities, submitted more or less, involves 75 non-EU countries. In particular, the majority of proposals submitted involve African countries. This is a maps of your project. 14 of the 24 projects included target African countries and 27 countries involved. This is perfectly aligned with the priority that the minister follow in this moment. Next initiatives, bilateral agreements. I think it could be interesting because there's a new initiative in particular that we grew up in this month, because the minister aims to foster relationship between institutions by creating opportunities for bilateral meetings. Starting this year, the ministry a robust agenda of international engagement. And the model that we are implementing is as follows: organize meetings between the correspondent minister of Minister Bernini, signing a bilateral agreement to identify thematic areas of interest, establish a joint steering committee. Usually we name some expert and we ask the name of CRUI as Conference of Italian Rectors, and also of COMPER, Conference of Italian Research Entities. And joint steering committee has to plan the publication of dedicated calls to fund a bilateral project. In addition to this, I think it's important to underline that on some occasions, CRUI conference organize a forum of the rectors of the two countries. For example, with Morocco, we organized the forum of Italian and Moroccan rectors in Rome at the beginning of 2024. And next date is the end of September, because there is the forum of Italian and Uzbek rectors will be held on the occasion for the minister visit, for Minister Bernini visit to Uzbekistan. I think this is important to emphasize the need for this action that the ministries carry out to always be in cooperation and with the support of Conference of Rectors. This is very important because conference representing Italian universities. As the action of the ministries is important if the Italian system is ready to implement this action, is agree with this action. So, yes, in 2040, this year, sorry, we signed the moment agreement with Tunis, Libya, Algeria, and Morocco. And we start again after October with another tour in Africa. But we not decided in this moment. I don't know what is the established agenda for the ministry. So this is the past, and in the future we enlarge the number of African countries. Strategy. Wow, this is a very important document. This is a difficult document because we use, I think, 1 year to read this test. The strategy is intended to be a systematic document, outline some possible guidelines useful to all higher education players, universities, but not only universities, because there is the entity for higher education in artistic and music field. And our idea is all education players in order to act in a systematic manner. The document, which is widely shared with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, will come out I hope next week, following the adoption of the Moore and Maechi interministerial decree. The strategy in particular concerned with the initiative at non-EU countries. That because in the European higher education area, the route is different and take place within the European body, as you know, with a different involvement for our government, but for our institution in Erasmus program, in alliances program, in European degree program, and so on, as you know very well. And the last, I try to, the strategy, yes, in particular, the strategy is focused in some strategic geographic areas, North America, country of MENA region, and the Balkan Peninsula, countries of African continents in connection with the Mattei Plan, and in general, the other countries It's important for us to underline the presence in the strategies of Asian countries because of the very strategic but complex relation in this moment. And Latin America, as you know, in this moment, Brazil in particular, as the presidencies of the G20, and tomorrow I will fly to Brazil for ministerial G20 of science. So I try to be very briefly in upcoming, this is a very idea in this moment, ideas, and we have to work on it in the next week. The research capacity building with Africa. This is an initiative that starts in the context of G7 Science and Technology Communique, because during the meeting in Bologna, various critical areas of mutual interest were identified from G7 partners, including focusing on research, innovation, cooperation with Africa. Okay. And as I think, as you know, I don't know if you inform about this meeting, but notable participants contributed to discuss on Africa and cooperation at the G7 ministerial meeting. In particular, Mohamed Bellosin, Commissioner for Higher Education, Science and Technology and Innovation for African Union, and Stefania Giannini, Assistant Director General for Education at UNESCO. The discussion aimed to establish practical cooperation efforts, such as joint research and innovation projects, transnational higher education programs, advanced training initiative, and networking opportunities aimed at co-developing solutions for a more sustainable and shared future. In this context, the G7 final declaration expressed support for Italy's initiative that's named Research Capacity Building with Africa. This initiative aims to enhance the innovative ecosystem of African nations through a comprehensive approach involving the development of training programs and educational exchange opportunity in collaboration with relevant universities. That is very important as a main element in drafting the call. We'll try in the future to emphasize two key elements. Obviously, the compliance with the mandate of G7 declaration, but also the alignment with the priorities outlined in UNESCO's Campo Africa's, the program, very important for UNESCO. It's very possible that we prepare a call that include as eligible entities Italian universities, but Italian university was called to create a partnership with universities present in a G7 countries and university present in African countries. This is important to create a link between the higher education system in G7 country and the higher education system in African countries. Thanks for the moment. Thanks for your time and for your attention. And sorry again, but I can be in Florence in presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. It's a very wide presentation.
Sorry, I can't hear you. If you tell me something, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation on the ministry strategy and an updated overview on the opportunities promoted by our ministry. And now we need to be fast in the discussion. We have time just for one question.
Professor Dua, I enjoyed your presentation very much, but you missed one slide. You forgot to put the slide, the biggest mistakes made by Italian and European universities in academic cooperation with Africa. Can you teach us how to avoid these mistakes?
Right, thank you very much. And so I think some of it was alluded to by Sabrina in her presentation, that when universities try to formulate policies, like the top-down approach, try to formulate policies or solutions they think is the best and present it as the best thing to happen, then some African universities will listen and try to do what you say you want them to do, and when you leave, that's about it. But when you co-plan, when it is mutual, then everybody takes ownership, and then it has a more possibility of survival. And then I also talked about the long-term planning. That's always an important one. Otherwise, all the other few things I talked about, the challenges, some apply here and here, but to think that the solution can only be found in a research with one person or one institution and that's it, I think that is a mistake. 4 years ago, we had one of our students go to Technical University of Munich for 1 semester. By the time he was coming back, he had partnered with 4 German students, 5 of them, and they had come up with the patent. And the guy is still making money. The young folks are always full of ideas. We just need to create the relevant environment for them to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you, Daniele, and thank you, Dr. Mazzola, for your participation, your contribution. And so now we can go on with the next session. And Professoressa Emanuela Colombo.
Thank you very much, Sabrina, Professoressa Sorlini. Okay. I kindly ask my speakers to join me at the desk, and I also ask if you can launch the presentation. That was Colombo. Okay, it's already on. Okay. Ok, lo vediamo anche qua. C'è un'altra sedia, ok. So we switch a little bit the topic and we move to science, research and innovation for development in a multi-stakeholder approach. Where is questo qua? Ok, vediamo se riesco. No, devo puntare? Scusi? Okay, so as already said my name is Emanuela Colombo, Politecnico di Milano, for those of you who did not meet me before. The topic now is research. It's one of the 3 pillars of the action of the Italian, the Network of International Academic Cooperation, the CUCS. We have developed a taxonomy and we have a list of scientific topic that we try to cover, and I think you have seen the echo of this topic in the different session yesterday and even the day before. We move from rural development to health, water and hygiene, One Health, sustainable energy, cultural heritage and social sciences. But beyond, let's say, the disciplinary topic, what are the challenges of science, technology and innovation when we deal in international cooperation? By taking some comments that were made by the European Commission right in the middle of the COVID, we can see that we have 3 big urgency, especially today when we have global social challenges, but as said by Jane the first day, these global challenges do have also local peculiarities, and we sometimes forget this when we look at the big SDGs. In different regions, we have different approaches, and then there are different opportunities that are coming from science, technology, and innovation. The different international crises that we are living are also reducing investment in research and innovation, and then this can harshen inequality. So what are these 3 big challenges of science, technology, and innovation, independent from the different disciplines? The first one is to increase interest and public trust in science, and this was very clear during the COVID pandemic. The second one is the need and this was also a comment from Valeria the first day, the need to increase the capacity of research to be able to bring evidence-based results to the policymaker in order to solve the global issue. And the third one is to establish new paradigms of international cooperation. What do we mean when we say peer-to-peer partnership? And the speech from Daniel was very clear in that sense. So this is a little bit the framework in which we have anchored our session. We have two big topics. One is science, research, and innovation for development, and the second one is multi-stakeholder approach. And our speakers will let us deepen this part. I have taken two quotations to introduce the session. The first one is, vulnerability is the birthplace of innovation, creativity, and change, by Brené Brown. But which kind of vulnerability are we talking about? We are talking about the vulnerability of the third countries, and we have done it already. But let me add some vulnerability to those who have already added by Daniel, the lack of, when we talk about research, lack of research infrastructure, but also lack of access to research database. And this brings to a low level of visibility of the research that is done in our third-party countries. Let me make an example. I'm working in the energy field, and I'm working a little bit more in the African continent. If you take in Scopus database, and if you Google, Jamba, renewable energies over the last 5 years, you grasp 1 million of publication. Of this 1 million of publication, only the 4% has an authorship from Africa. If you add Africa, renewable energy in Africa, for Africa, with Africa, then you have 2,000 of publication. It's a little bit better, but still below the 20% of the publication do have an authorship from Africa. So again, the issue that we are here to talk about Africa without the Africans. The African genius is not in the debate. And this is one of the crucial points that we have to consider in our discussion today. And also, which kind of innovation are we talking? There are different kinds of innovation, from the frugal innovation, appropriate technology, and there will be an example from QAM, but also we don't have to forget that we can do breakthrough innovation in Africa by using geoscience, by using artificial intelligence, by using the up-to-date technologies that are used elsewhere. And the experience on the field that we can do in Africa can also help the research here in the Western world, let's say. So this is the reason why we talk about a kind of research that is for local development, which is responsible, which is a co-design research jointly created with our colleagues from the continent. The second part is multi-stakeholder approach. We can't do this alone. Coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is a success, by Harry Ford. And I think that partnership is an overused wording, like interdisciplinarity. Everyone is talking about interdisciplinarity, but then when we come to the field, it's not that easy to go in that direction, and it's not that easy to create good partnership and to have a real partnership. There is a cost in the partnership, and we talk more often we talk about the value of the partnership, but we forget that it takes some time to get a good partnership. You have to make a step back yourself in order to have a partnership working. And to have a partnership, it doesn't mean to have all the same view of things and all the same instrument. So you need to be united for a common goal, that is development, but to be able to recognize the diversity. And let me make another example from Jane. The first day, she said, I think you remember, yes, sometimes university or research, they are slow. It's true that we are slow. Research takes time. If we forget that time is needed in development, the risk is that we too often work on the consequences on things rather than going back and working on the causes. So let's leave the university to have the time to do their job, because there will be a gain, there will be a win-win partnership with the civil society organization, with the private sector that are more, let's say, ready to act. So let's leave the university the time and many other things. So this is also, this is also the reason why when we talk about scientific research and development, we can't forget that our research activity can help the long-term sustainability of any action, because we are those who should be, let's say, dedicated to reflect on things. This is the only way that we have to go beyond imported innovation. As you said, Daniel, we need much more local innovation, much more, let's say, endogenous created innovation. And we need to act on the cause-effect relationship much more than only on the consequences that can push our urgency. So these are some of the points that we can discuss today with our, let's say, speakers. We have some additional question. What is the role of local university? But I think also the contribution from Daniel was very clear, and I'm very happy that we have with us another colleague from African institution. I'm going to introduce him quite soon. What are the instruments of cooperation, and what has been said by the Ministry of Research can also help us to understand what can be the best instrument for doing that, and what are the lessons learned that all our experience can contribute to create the global experience of the Italian system, also for having a very good Mattei plan, which is, let's say, a very important program, currently speaking. And there is also a last question that I would like to put on the table. I don't know if it is only myself that see this urgency, but I think we should start talking about how much scientific cooperation is an ethical challenge. In the light of what? In the light of this dichotomy between trying to be open, international cooperation, mutual learning, which is the global approach of the European Commission, and the closure, the security, the need to protect our intellectual property, the concept of the dual use. So even the European community, the DG/RTD, is a little bit living this dichotomy between being open and also being closed. And I think ourselves as CUCS, we can skip to make that reflection. What this means when we do research, capacity building, institutional capacity building, or science diplomacy with developing countries, what this means for us. So, having said that, I'm very happy to introduce our speaker that will help us to deepen some of the topics that we have just launched. I'm very happy to have Giulia Secondini from QUAM. Giulia Secondini comes from unfortunately from the University of Pavia. She studied development economics, and then she made a very international experience working for different institutions like the GIZ, working on the private sector, and now she's working with QUAM, who is a very important Italian NGO. And also we have a second University of Pavia, Professor Sassi. Maria is a professor of agricultural economy, and she's well known within our nectar. So thank you, Maria, for coming with us. Let's say Giulia will introduce us to some example of research cooperation in the medical field, but trying to distill a little bit of comments that can be useful everywhere, while Maria will deepen a little bit more the second part, the multi-stakeholder approach, how we can work with industry in a more effective way. And then we have our guest speaker from abroad. Can you project? Can you stop and project Professor Maulilio? No, non c'è, non lo vedo. Ah, ok. Okay, Professor Maulilio Kipanuya, who is the Vice Chancellor, che non c'era, giuro, l'ho visto prima, who is the Vice Chancellor of the Nelson Mandela Africa Institute of Science Technology. And by the way, Pier Giorgio, he holds a PhD from the University of Padova in biotechnology. Ecco qui. Professor, good morning. We are pleased to host you, and your presence is two things. Is a success story, because you are with us, but unfortunately is also a failure, because you should have been here in person. And unfortunately, due to the visa reason, we couldn't have you with us. So it's a matchy point between a success and a failure. But I really thank you for being with us today. You have an extensive experience as a professor, but also I remember that you have spent a few time working with the local ministries, so I think you can bring both experience on the table. Giulia, I would like to give you the floor as a first speaker.
Thank you very much. Okay, maybe I also get that one. Thank you very much, Emanuela, for the great introduction, and good morning to everyone. She already introduced me, so I just mentioned what I'm doing at CUAM, Doctors with Africa. So I work as a meal technical advisor within the monitoring and operational evaluation, operational research unit at the organization. So in my presentation, I'll bring you very practical examples on how to do innovative research with also African universities, but also, of course, with a big network of Italian universities. I think I need to, to get the point. That helps. So, CUAM, for those who don't know about the organization, is the first NGO working in health cooperation. So it has the main objective of strengthening local health systems. And one of its key priorities is operational research. So trying to conduct and disseminate scientific research. And why the CUAM is doing that? Main reason is to align with the international direction and learning. So always trying to bring contribution, innovative contributions to the international debate on the most current topics. The other reason is to understand what are actually the needs, evidence-based. So really trying to assess what are the bottlenecks in implementation and in the adoption of strategies. So something can be very efficient in theory, but it doesn't work in the practice. So the idea is really through operational research to assess, okay, what are the problems and what are the solutions that could, in reality, taking into consideration the context, individual behaviors, and of course the quality of the, as Manuela was mentioning also before, of the structure where you're working in. And the last point, which is of course very important, is to craft strategies that are tailored to the context where we are working. So that's about research, but of course, because we link it to the multi-stakeholder approach that CUAM is having, not only to do to implement operational research, but also in providing training. So that's also one other key priorities of the organization. And the main objective is to improve the quality of the healthcare services that we are providing with, of course, partners, by developing the skills and the competencies of the health personnel. That's briefly about the approach that CUAM is having in implementing its development projects. So it's trying to offer the continuity of care in the 3 levels. So starting from the community and village level to the peripheral health units to the hospital level. So it's trying to strengthen all these levels and the interconnections between them. Main focus of the research, you can see them here, are maternal and child health, infectious and tropical diseases, universal coverage and equity, nutrition, and chronic diseases. So that's are the main themes where in the last years we have been focusing. And that's somehow a little bit of an overview of also the number of published studies that has been growing across the years. Which it's somehow for us an honor, and it was only possible to achieve this result through partnerships. So through partnerships with Italian universities, African universities, international universities, and research institutions. So there has been a growing number of published studies and also growing interest in some topics in particular, such as maternal and child health or infectious and tropical diseases. And I would say one of the medium long-term objectives of the organization is to have at least one research study within each development project that we are implementing. So I'd like to give also this message that CUAM, it's really in a kind of a strategic position because it has these two sides of not being a research institute, but actually being an active actor in conducting and disseminating operational research, and at the same time being at the front line, so implementing actually development projects. Briefly on the country distribution of those research studies that we have been publishing over the years, you can see that some countries like Mozambique actually share the highest number of studies, and there is also a reason. I mean, a big contribution is of course to the vibrant network of institutions that contribute to the conduction of these studies. In other countries, like South Sudan or Central African Republic, do show us that in some contexts, in emergency contexts, it is difficult to do research. So there, of course, the numbers are very low. It's very difficult to collect data, to collect quality of data, to find partners. So of course, that is the result of that. This is a bit like summarizing. They are not all, but of course, some of the partners we are collaborating with, which of course at the first place are Italian universities. So again, I think a lot of the work that CUAM is doing in producing this research and innovative research is because we are really trying to collaborate with Italian universities. We'll see later also we have programs also for resident doctors, and this also of course help us a lot. International universities as well, they have a key, they are key partners for us, but also again African universities. And I think for us, there is always this objective of trying, as Manuela was mentioning before, to create ownership also. So even in the choice of topics to focus on and in the research questions, really try to see where we can get together and find a win-win solution for both sides. So you can see, yeah, quickly that we have a lot of partners from Africa. So. And they are not only universities, but they are research institutions, but also civil society and associations like the Diabetes Association in Mozambique, or so this kind of, not only from the academic scenario. We are focusing also on new topics, such as health and climate change, or early child development, disability, emergency, and frugal innovation. So I'm bringing you, I think, in the next slides, some examples of innovative strategies, frugal innovation, and also very good examples on doing partnerships, on doing research in a big network of partners. So the first one is, I present you the two studies, basically. One is a quantitative study on demand-side incentives to increase the coverage of assisted deliveries. So this study actually was done with African researchers, with Italian university, but also the second one was also done with a lot of members from the community. So the idea of this study was to assess whether these innovative strategies, the voucher system and baby kits delivered to mothers, attending ANC, antenatal care visits, and delivering to the health facility. These two strategies were effective to improve coverage. And the first study did show that especially the voucher system was very effective in increasing coverage of assisted deliveries. So it achieved the absolute increase was over 40% for assisted deliveries and 60% for increasing coverage of antenatal care. So the interesting thing is that the African researchers were so interested and sort of hit by the results that also went to conduct a qualitative study to engage also the community, which is also key for us to improve the intervention if you do it before, of course, before and during the intervention. So to assess the acceptability also of these strategies, potential challenges, and also solutions that they could come from the community. So it was interesting to see that they, of course, also confirmed the effectiveness of the voucher system. They actually suggested to increase it at district scale. That was only a pilot. And of course, they noticed the issue of sustainability of the system. So they suggested to organize a micro-insurance scheme to make this voucher system sustainable for the future. So that was a very interesting example of how innovative strategies and having evidence-based findings could help you to improve the strategies that you're implementing and achieve a much bigger impact. The second example relates to frugal technology, and that is, okay, so that is, it doesn't matter, it's okay. So that is an example of how frugal technology can help to hinder some of the barriers, cultural barriers, to accessing services. So the one that we saw before was a physical barrier. So we tried to lift that barrier by introducing that strategy. This was more a cultural barrier. So collecting data, qualitative data, we realized that even without the physical barrier, women would not anyway access to the facility to do the delivery. And the reason was because they didn't like the position, the standard position for delivering in the health facility. So abort cushions were prototyped and tested in the health facility, and across this period, where we collected the data, we could see that the number of assisted deliveries more than doubled. So that was another example that helped us to see, okay, we have something that we thought could have been efficient, but we had to sort of come up with an innovative solution to solve some real bottlenecks in implementation. The other one is another sort of, wouldn't say, frugal technology or cheap technology. And this has been done with the Faculty of Engineering of the University of Padova. It's a digital studiometer, which is linked to a mobile phone or a tablet for collecting data, quality data on malnutrition, children malnutrition. So the idea was, of course, to improve the current system. The current system was based on rudimental, manual studiometer, where the data were collected on a paper base, so the accuracy also of the data was very low. So that innovation proved to be much more rapid in collecting the data, higher accuracy, and also much easier to carry around. So the digital studiometers was tested also in the field, and the successful feedback that it got from the testing led this collaboration with the University of Padova, with the Faculty of Engineering, to produce another device for the MUAC screening, for always for the to assess and to measure malnutrition. So you can see also here, of course, alarming data for children malnutrition in Uganda, where we tested actually this studiometer. The last example that I wanted to bring you, but I think it's quite a good example of doing research within a network of partnership, and I think in this case it comes out quite nicely, because this is a 2-year project, pilot project, and CUM is part of the network. It focuses on improving the quality and the use of newborn indicators at facility level. So there is a broad network of partners, starting with the WHO Collaborating Center, Burlo Garofalo, to the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, UNICEF, us, and it's funded by the Chiesi Foundation. So this project has been implemented in 4 countries. We are currently at the mid-phase, but it's very promising and very interesting also to this part of this huge network. I forgot there are, of course, African universities attached to the program. So we have the Ifakara University in Tanzania and the Makerere University in Uganda, which of course bring a big contribution. I jump quickly to the training part because we again, talking about multi-stakeholder approach, we do apply it not only in the operational research part, but also in our, when we do training and the offer of higher education. So at the moment, we have a collaboration with 2 universities of Mozambique for a master degrees in neonatology. We have been engaged by the University of Padova to bring inside a network African universities for a course on artificial intelligence. And we have been supporting for many years a program training health managers in Uganda. So again, that is to stress that whatever we are doing, we are always trying to be at the center of a network of collaboration. And I think that's really the key, as Emanuela was mentioning, to success. And especially also trying to increase ownership of the research work that we are doing. Before passing to the last slides, I present you quickly also this program for resident doctors, that it's a bit of a flagship also for CUAM, engaging, I think, 38 Italian universities. But that's a big opportunity for us also to continue and have resources to produce and conduct research in the countries where we are working. And there are also medicine students from CISMA and obstetrics that have been collaborating with us in our projects. So going before going to the final slide, just mentioning that it's, I have showed you some successful examples, but of course it's not everything always easy, and there are some challenges. So of course collaborating and having especially collaboration with African universities, I think it's again key for success. But we have found some of these challenges relate in practical to recent developments. In the countries where we are working, especially the more structured, advanced countries, the ethical committee, they do start to be quite selective for the selection of principal investigators. And that could be a little bit of constraints where you do not find a principal investigator, a person that could be knowledgeable on a specific topic. So that is, of course, for us, sometimes a constraint. Of course, we do understand the importance, also, of course, for the ownership and control over the data, but of course, it can be sometimes a constraint. And the other challenge, it's of course the fact that sometimes it slows down a lot the work. So all this collaboration, of course, take a lot of time. So if you have a 3 years project, that can actually be quite a big bottleneck. So especially if you need real-time findings, because you want to, feed them in implementation. So that's, of course, another aspect that can become critical. Right, so last slide is on the way forward on some maybe topics that have been discussed also in the previous session on education, on training. I think it's clear that we all have, universities all have to invest much more into this interaction at all levels. So with PhD programs for African and Italian fellows that are embedded in development projects, but also exchanges between students and professors, as it was mentioned before. I think that's also very important for fostering partnerships for the future, and trying to strengthen also scientific partnership. So that's also one of the objectives of CUAM, not to just insert one single scientific study in a research project, but try to have a scientific project, so to apply for research grants. So that's also one priority. So thank you very much, and thank you for the attention.
Grazie mille. Thank you very much, Giulia. You have underlined different things, and especially how research on the field, or action research, or as you call it, operational research, can produce methods, technologies, and solutions, but the three of them and all of them do have a soul. And because with this soul, we are able to overcome the cultural barriers sometimes and to solve the real needs of the people. So thank you very much for highlighting this. Now, Maria, is your turn, and I give you the mic as well.
Grazie mille. Professor Colombo, thank you very much for the invitation that is giving me the opportunity to explore a very critical alliance driving research and development. It is the collaboration between European and African universities with industry. This partnership allowed the innovative research to meet the real-world changes, foster innovation that has a crucial potential to transform our societies. And to navigate this very important subject, I've organized my presentation into three parts. First, why African universities, why European university, and what we can do together, the most important part. I base this reflection on the experience of my university, which is more than 40 years of formalized experience in Africa, and my personal experience at 35 years, but I'm not telling you my age. So let's start with why African university. Very fascinating to work in this period because we are assisting to an important change in the African university system. The African universities are doing significant progress in the recent years. They are rising the global ranking. They are expanding the number of universities across the countries, and this means broadening the access to higher education, which is very, very important. And they are enhancing the research impact. But, there is a but, a significant gap exists between the academic research and the industry application, and strengthening this linkage is essential. In fact, the university, through its activities, not only the research, but also teaching and engagement, generate, distribute, and transfer knowledge. These are critical pillars for economic growth and development. And the collaboration with industry can reinforce this virtuous cycle. In my presentation, I'm not talking about the recent collaboration that are broadening in Africa. And it consists of the establishment of what I called exclusive labs. These are innovative facilities funded by foreign institutions, but inaccessible to local researchers. This is a phenomenon I'm not interested in this presentation because I'm interested in a more balanced collaboration where universities generate innovative knowledge and industries turn this knowledge into impactful, scalable solutions, because it is here where development can be promoted, in my opinion. So, in order to have a dialogue with the industry, African university needs sound institutions. Professor Dua was highlighting this aspect for education. This is the same for the research. And in my opinion, reinforcing the collaboration with industry only related to the research activity is not enough. It's important for the university to create internally an innovation system based on a systematic and well-balanced approach of teaching, research, engagement activity. Let me give you, I'm an economist, so I can't live without data. So let me show you some data. This is the number of R&D researchers per million people, World Bank data. The darker is the color, the better is the situation. Situation of Africa is alarming. And this means to have a very low rate of innovation. The logic is the same. The darker is the color, the better the situation. Can you see? So, in order to, establishing an innovation system is not enough. It is very important to create an innovation ecosystem. And for Africa, in my opinion, it's personal opinion, it's very important to include, to engage community. The partnership with local communities to ensure that innovation is sustainable, culturally relevant, and community-driven. And it is for this reason that I designed a new definition of industry. This is personal, but I would really like to have it adopted by somebody. At least I'm adopting it in my projects. In the black part, in the black color part, you have the traditional definition. I had the wine color part. So blah, blah, blah. Industry includes the people, processes, and infrastructure required to create and distribute products or services, while also actively engaging with community through partnership, local initiative, and efforts to address societal needs, contributing to economic development and fostering positive relationships. This part also incorporates the approach of the Italian cooperation we are very proud of, having the community at the center of our action. And it also means that we need to broaden the objective of this innovation ecosystem. There is convergence of the fact that this ecosystem must create opportunity for commercialization. In my opinion, we need also to make innovation with a social impact. As economists, we have plenty of data that is showing us that the paradigm of productivity and profit is at the cost of poor and vulnerable people in Africa. And in order to revert this paradox, we need to put attention also on the social impact. This is very, very important to me. So, for this reason, as a researcher, we can dream. I would like to change the acronym UIC with UIC for D, where D stands for development. Okay, so institutions and strategies are relevant, but they're not enough. In Africa, we have a dramatic lack of funding. The darker the column, the better the situation. Look at Africa. The color is very light or even white. And of protection of intellectual property. Otherwise, how we can produce innovation if our ideas are not protected? And there is no incentive in investing where? There is no protection of intellectual property. Okay. Why European universities? I'm always asking myself what I'm doing here when I'm working in Africa. What my institution can do. It's a very interesting point for me. And I'm using an acronym to explain my reflection. The acronym is heritage, where H stands for historical and academic legacy. European universities have centuries of academic transition and are home to pioneer research. We also benefit from strong financial and strategic backing from national governments and European Union. We're very lucky for that. We also have an approach which is collaborative and interdisciplinary, and this fosters innovation and cross-border partnership, super very important. We also attract a diverse and international pool of students and researchers, encouraging exchange of global ideas, and the research is aligned with solving global challenges. Our research is applied. We have good connection with industry and innovation hubs, and we promote open science and open access. So this means make available, immediately available, the result of our research. And we also host very innovative research center. Tell me how much time I've got. Okay, very good, that's enough. So what we can do together, and that's the most fascinating part of our debate, I think. We can co-create progress through research and innovation. We can overcome research collaboration challenges and drive sustainable development. It's a super important role of universities and collaboration across European and African universities. So we need a multi-phase approach. And in order to explain what does this multi-phase approach consist of, here you have another acronym, partnership. Let me explain you what is partnership for me. P means planning strategically, aligning the research agenda and address disparities. The effort our MUR is doing, signing agreement with ministry, is very important in this direction. Professor Dua was very clear in his last observation about the nightmare of not having alignment. It is a nightmare also for us. So very good what is doing our ministry, if I can express an evaluation. Aligning funding mechanism. The European Union is investing a lot in Africa, but in my opinion, what can change the situation is the development of joint funding programs, because only in this way we can reduce the resource gaps. I let this for the discussion. Reforming institution. In my opinion, but this is quite challenging, if the institution talk the same language, it is easier to collaborate. But when the languages are different, to find a way of collaboration is very difficult, starting from signing memorandum of understanding. Training and capacity building. We have already talked about this and the protection for intellectual property, and then engaging industry. Industry is not attracted by university if there is no incentives. And this is an area we need to explore and strategically plan. Then there is the reduction of the country risk, especially in Africa. If the country risk is high, nobody will invest in the region. So risk management and contingency planning is very important for us and for Africa. Sustaining long-term alliance. These 3-5-year programs and then nothing are very difficult. So the sustainability of the collaboration is very important and call for new strategy, new tool, and innovative solution, strategic solution. The harmonization of the research agenda, the reduction of the digital gap. Yes. And then the promotion of talent retention. Talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not. And this is the situation. So creating opportunity, we can attract talent, especially in Africa. I close my presentation here.
Thank you, Maria. It was more than a presentation, it was basically a lecture, I would say. So, thank you very much. We can switch to Professor Maulilio Kipanuya. Professor, now is your turn. Let's see if we can see you also from the room. Okay, so I think you have listened to the previous session and to the current session, so you have already listened to your colleague from NUST, and now there are some provocative, let's say, points from Professor Sassi on Africa University. Now we would like and we would love to hear from your perspective. What are the challenges of research in the Africa University, and what are your comments on it? Thank you very much. No, we cannot hear from you, Prof. Try again. Wait a second. You have to switch on the mic. Your mic is off. Okay?
Buongiorno tutti.
Thank you very much. Buongiorno.
Thank you. As I've been introduced, my name is Professor Maulilio Kipanuya. I'm the Vice Chancellor of the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'll explain a little bit about the genesis of the institution and coining it with the name. As Emanuela said, I'm a graduate of a PhD in bioscience and biotechnology from the University of Padova through a prestigious scholarship for international students that is offered by Padova University. I worked and got my PhD in the lab of the late Professor Tullio Posani. He was a popular professor in Italy. In view of that, I must say I'm very thankful to the University of Padova and the Italian taxpayers for making a significant contribution to my academic journey and therefore shaping my career. I'm truly humbled and grateful to be given this opportunity to be part of this distinguished gathering. It is with the profound appreciation that I start by acknowledging the presence of each of you. Also, let me also register my appreciation to Professor Emanuela Colombo, who availed me this opportunity, and we had a discussion on whether I should participate or not. But the original arrangement was for me to participate physically, but that did not work out. So thank you very much, Professor Emanuela and the organizing committee for inviting me to be part of this important meeting. Grazie mille. Now, before I make my contribution to the topics that have been presented and discussed, which have a lot of convergence in terms of ideas on how we should move forward, let me say some few words about the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology, where I'm based. The Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology was named so not accidentally, it's by design. It comes from the concern by the late President Nelson Mandela. As you are all aware, he was the president of South Africa. He was concerned that Africa was lagging behind in terms of human resource, in terms of being able to innovate and provide solutions to various challenges that are facing the African community. So he proposed that there should be African Institutes of Science and Technology. And that proposal was made to the heads of African states in 2001. So the idea was well conceived, and then in 2005 it was decided that 4 African Institutes of Science and Technology be established in various geographical locations of the African continent. The Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology was therefore established to serve as a technological hub in the eastern part of Africa. Two of the institutes are in West Africa. One is in Ouagadougou, and the other one is in Abuja, Nigeria. The one in Burkina Faso is known as the International Institute of Water and Environmental Engineering, whereas the one in Abuja is called the African University of Science and Technology. The third one is ours, that is the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology in Arusha, Tanzania. As you are aware, Arusha is well known by its richness in biodiversity. It's one of the rich African biodiversity. This is where you have the Serengeti National Park. You have the Mount Kilimanjaro, Ngorongoro crater, you name them. So this institute was set to serve as a technological hub for the eastern part of Africa, and was agreed right from the beginning to be on postgraduate training, focusing on master's, PhD, and postdoctoral training, as well as intensive research and innovation programs. So since its inception, the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology has been operating as a research and innovation intensive institution. And unlike other higher learning institutions, other universities, as my colleague Daniel presented very well about the education structure in Africa, we share more or less the same structure. So with the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology, our business model is slightly different from the traditional universities. We operate using what we call the 5-dimension business model, where our focus, our first domain is on research and innovation. And that is coupled with the domain number 2, which is postgraduate training and skills development. But we do that by closely interacting with the society. And that makes our third dimension, which is outreach and community engagement. Outreach and community engagement is part and parcel of our business process. We want whatever we research on, whatever we innovate, has to have relevance to the society and industry, as Maria defined in broad terms. Now, as we do so, we expect that we are likely to innovate. We are likely to come up with the new technologies that have direct impact to the society and the industry. But before we take back whatever we innovate, they need somehow to be perfected. And we do that using our fourth domain, and that is incubation management. Incubation of research and innovations to us is key. That gives us assurance that whatever we take back to the society has relevance and direct application. Our fifth domain is commercialization, and that is technology through technology transfer on whatever is coming from the incubation management unit. Our motto is academia for society and industry. That whatever we do has to have relevance to the society and industries. And we do so by using 5 structural pillars, which are, we have the ICT Resource Center, we have 4 schools where the postgraduate and students are hosted, and then we have centers of excellence and 1 research chair. We are now in the process of mobilizing financial resources to establish the technology park. This is where the technologies and innovations will be incubated, where fabrication could be undertaken. For now, we simply operate as an incubation center. But again, we are thinking of establishing an eco park considering our geographical location in Arusha, it would be also very appropriate that we have this park. We are rich in terms of land. The location where the current campus is located is 200 acres, but close by, nearby, we have another piece of land that is 3,285 acres that has not been developed. And that is where we are planning to establish the technology park and the eco park in the future. Now, having said that, allow me now to go back to the discussions, the focus to the discussion about the challenges that we as developing countries face when it comes to scientific research. Now, generally, the research ecosystem in most of the African countries and probably even globally is made up of the following components. It comprises of the academia, broadly, that is where we have all the higher learning institutions, tertiary institutes. And then we have research and innovation institutions. The government has a big role to play in there. And then the society and industry, who are the consumers of whatever is going to be produced within the different components of the innovation or research and innovation ecosystem. Now, the challenges, most of them have been touched by other presenters. I'll point out some of the key challenges and explain on them a little bit, although other colleagues have already touched. Number one is the issue of quality research environment and adequate infrastructure. This is a big challenge, and the thinking behind Nelson Mandela's proposal was actually driven by this challenge. That most of the time you find bright young Africans go to Europe, they do their master's, PhD, and do very good research. At the end of the day, the research they perform, or whatever they do during their study period, cannot be extended further, because when they get back, there's no infrastructure to continue with the research. And that somehow becomes a driver for them to migrate to areas where they can get such supportive infrastructure. So that is one of the challenges which is quite damaging when it comes to promoting research and innovation in the African continent. The second challenge that goes without saying is financing research and innovation. Most of the research projects and innovation programs are financed by developing partners, Italy being part of the equation. There's little investment from the African governments, specifically being directed into research and innovation activities. I'm not saying that African governments are not investing at all. Even the data that were presented, were projected by Maria, they have indicated clearly that the level of investment that is put into research by the African governments is still on the lower side. And then we are also still with limited mentorship programs that can produce and nurture researchers of tomorrow. And this is important because otherwise research and innovation programs cannot be sustainable. And then we have another challenge that was touched very well by Maria, that there is weak academia industry engage, and this slows down the uptake of research products and innovations that are produced by R&Ds and higher learning institutions. And this is driven by a low appetite by the industry because there's very limited interaction between the two entities. The other challenge that I consider to be important, that the silo mentality. This has negatively impacted uptake of research products and sometimes resulting into duplication of some of the research and innovation activities.
Prof, can you
Sorry?
hear me? Can you hear me, Prof?
Yes.
Sorry for interrupting you, but we should go to a conclusion in a maximum couple of minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. The last one is lack of incentives for researchers, for research and innovation. And this is affected by the fact that there's low appetite for uptake of research and innovation product. Now, the way forward, we think that, I think that if we were to improve the situation now, networking and the smart partnership is critical. And this is in terms of running collaborative research programs, running capacity building programs, research mentorship, and then promoting research products incubation programs, running joint or double degree programs for the universities that are connected with the research activities. Internationalization of our research and innovation programs is key by leveraging from existing research networks. And then number 3, undertaking industry-driven research and innovation activities so that we create a relevance. In this case, outreach and community engagement is critical. Number 4 is resource mobilization for upgrading research infrastructure. And lastly, it's important to embrace the power of technologies in sharing resources between the North and South. Having said that, I really thank you very much for this opportunity and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor. And sorry for interrupting you. So we are late, so we have to skip our Q&A, and we give the floor back to Guido Zolezzi for going on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, again.
Thank you very much. So we propose, we are a bit late with going ahead, so we propose a slight change of schedule. I'll call here to the floor the representative of the Early Career CUCS Network for a concise synthesis from the plenary session. After this 5 minutes talk, we'll have the break. But we'll reduce a bit the duration of the break and we'll try to keep it to 10 minutes. I will also reduce the last part. You will see there are conclusions in half an hour, but this will take 5 minutes or 7 minutes. So in this way, we should be able to finish at the same time. And we'll have the break just after this short talk to refresh and move a bit and recover our attention. Thanks very much to the Early Career CUCS Network, the representatives. I'll give you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We are a group of students, of young researchers, and before going to a brief summary of yesterday's parallel session, we are going to briefly introduce who we are, how we were born, and why we are here. Can we proceed with the slides? Se possiamo andare avanti con le slide. Okay, we can move to the next slide, please. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, so basically during the last CUCS Congress that was held in Naples, we found a group of young researchers that were interested into the international cooperation topics. And so we decided to establish this group, starting from the people that you see in the picture. This was the starting point that we found in Naples. And we are interested in international cooperation projects, and we decided to define ourselves as ECS, that stands for Early Career Scholars. This means that we are people within the 7 years after the highest degree we reached. As starting group, we are mostly from the environmental engineering agronomy group, but we are very wishing to expand to further groups of sciences and humanities. Scusate, I'm sorry. So we found that the number of researchers was a conspicuous group. Therefore, we started to create a forum, and we noticed that within the universities we gather more than 240 participation, or at least interest within this. And so this showed a growing interest, and we started as a network, sharing communication about several topic positions and interest. And we are trying to organize both frontal and horizontal working groups and seminars in order to develop these topics. In particular, we're starting this webinar series. We had the first webinar in May about geopolitics and university cooperation. And we will be having most likely in end of October, beginning of November, another webinar about science diplomacy. We will let you know about this. And I will leave the floor for the key points to John.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. As you know, yesterday we had the parallel session of CUCS conference, and at the end of this sessions, the chair of each session write up a Google form about the key messages. Then we, as ECS CUCS, made a summary of this. Were appointed to make a summary of these results. And here we are going to present it. In particular, the cross-cutting key messages are here, and the common elements are the following. The need to facilitate the acquisition of visas to promote mobility. Indeed, in the current regulations, it seems that there are difficulties, in particular for scientists from Africa, for example, to participate in international events. Indeed, we tried in some cases to organize them participation. At the end, it was solved with the online presentation and participation, for example. Then also promote national and international networks for collaborations and data sharing. These are key objectives anyway of CUCS and ECS CUCS. Then the importance of thorough and comprehensive analysis of the local context. Indeed, an interdisciplinary approach is crucial, considering not only, for example, the technical aspects, but also energetic, environmental, social, economic, legal aspects, and so on. Indeed, an issue that characterizes many projects is also related to the fact that if we ignore the social or economic aspects, we could have failure. Then also avoid a neocolonialist approach. I mean, recognize the local expertise. In many cases, we think that local universities from, I don't know, Ghana, Senegal, or so on, are not strong. Instead, there is a lot of knowledge that they have, and for sure they know very well the local context. So it is important to recognize their value. Now I give the floor to Livia.
Okay, good morning. After looking at the cross-cutting topics, we asked to the conveners to highlight also some key points regarding the 3 pillars we are discussing today. So the key messages on education and training are, again, the promotion of mobility and training for strengthening skills at international level, and also promoting both theoretical and practical approach. Then, concerning the research and local development, the second topic of today, we found that planned and funded research projects with local stakeholders with a strong need-based impact is important, and it is also worth to address a more equitable approach at the scientific level. And it is important, as also Giovanni was mentioning, to move beyond the boundaries of the scientific disciplines. And also the open science, it's another important message, meaning using open source software, open data policies, etc., and also implement research output into practice, which recall one of the previous points, and promoting the inclusion of marginalized groups in international cooperation projects. And concerning the last pillar, the science diplomacy and territorial partnerships, we saw that many of the sessions highlighted the importance of inter-university agreements, MOU and so on. And again, transdisciplinarity collaboration was very highlighted in all the sessions, also in this regard. And the establishment of a synergistic and collaborative partnerships, not only between a university, but also with NGOs, other institutions, and civil society. And as ECS group, we think that also that networking at both local and international level is very important to address the power imbalances often characterizes partnership. And that's all from our side. Thanks.
Thank you very much, grazie. Andiamo per la pausa. Chiedo a tutti di essere di ritorno alle 11:35 in modo da poter fare una pausa intensa ma breve.
welcome back, and thanks for keeping your break, your deserved break, short. And this is the third session. If you may, potete per favore proiettare la prima slide? Perfetto. So this is third session on science diplomacy. The idea is to complement the two preceding sessions. My name is Simone Arnaldi. I'm from the University of Trieste. First of all, let me thank CUCS and the organizing committee for inviting me here. This is my first CUCS event, so it's a premiere for me. And so I'm very happy to be here. As we all know, we are a bit late. For your information, unfortunately, we will skip the question and answer section, but the speakers, oh yes, of course. Non ti ho chiamato, scusami. The speakers will be happy, of course, to have interjections with you outside the session. So, why science diplomacy? Because essentially policymaking is very strongly connected to the activities of higher education institutions. This is true domestically. This is true on the international level. We have listened in the first two sessions to words such as goals of international cooperation, tools of international cooperations, partnerships of international cooperations, funding, governance, recognition of qualification, mobility, G7 meetings, evidence-based interventions, industry and the regulatory states, regulatory standards, data sharing agreements, and so on and so forth. All these aspects as a policy component. Higher education institutions do not act on themselves in none of these fields. And so, as I said, the policy component is present at the domestic level, and this is the topic we address in this session, is present on the international level. And here enters science diplomacy. So basically, this session will be dedicated to introduce the notion of science diplomacy and to propose some reflections on cooperation and science diplomacy from the point of view of the European Union, highlighting the European Union strategies on science diplomacy, and also to provide insights on the Italian approach to science diplomacy and the actions of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and international cooperations on science diplomacy. This is the background to the basic, let's say, mission and the basic interest of CUCS, which is international cooperation and cooperations of Global South. So this session is to provide a framework for CUCS and everyone here at the conference to reflect on actions in international cooperation from a slightly different, perhaps from a slightly different perspective than the usual one. And let me say, CUCS correctly emphasize the link between science diplomacy and territorial cooperation, but I would say that science diplomacy, as my quick mention of words have demonstrated, is cut across the missions of the university. Research is not immune to science diplomacy, teaching is not immune to science diplomacy, what in Italy called third mission is not immune to science diplomacy. So having said that, I stop here because you are not here to listen to me, but to the speakers who are on my left side and right side. On my right side, Professor Bruno Ruffini, Pier Bruno Ruffini. Professor Pier Bruno Ruffini is an international economist. He served as president of the University of Le Havre. He worked as a science and technology advisor to the French embassies in Russia and in Italy. And after returning from these posts, these assignments, he devoted his research to the field of science diplomacy. In science diplomacy, he is one of the leading scholars in Europe and is now a professor at the Faculty of the International Affairs at the University of Le Havre. In the field, he pioneered the issue of science diplomacy in Europe, participating in one of the three key projects sponsored by the European Commission that basically started to make this issue emerge in the European agenda, which were inventing a shared science diplomacy for Europe, and is now the co-chair of the European Union Science Diplomacy Alliance, which is an association of different kinds of stakeholders, from higher education institutions to state agencies that work in the field of science diplomacy. And in his speech, he will start our session. He will introduce us to science diplomacy with a talk on science diplomacy, a concept in the making. Then, on my left side, Fabrizio Lobasso, who is an Italian diplomat, who now serves as the Deputy Director General and Central Director for Economic Internationalization at the Director General for Country Promotion in the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. He has been serving in different posts abroad and in Italy. He was the Italian ambassador in Sudan, he was consul in Greece, and he was a Deputy Principal Director for African countries. And he is also adjunct professor at the University of International Studies in Rome, where he teaches intercultural diplomacy. With Dr. Lobasso, we will deepen a particular aspect of science diplomacy, which is the multi-stakeholder nature of this endeavor now. I could say that science diplomacy is no longer just a state affair, but multiple stakeholders are involved in it, with a speech titled Science Diplomacy and Internationalization of the Country System, Collaboration between Business Companies, Public Authorities, and Civil Society. Having said that, I leave you the floor. I thank both speakers for being here and for accepting our invitations, and I leave the floor to Professor Ruffini. Potete caricare la slide di Ruffini, per favore. Here's the microphone.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody, and thank you to you, Professor Arnaldi, for your invitation. I'm really pleased to be with you and to share views about interesting topics regarding international scientific cooperation and also science diplomacy, which is not exactly the same thing. So I was asked to make a kind of introductory presentation of what is science diplomacy. So how to move that on? Okay, so first I would like to say some things rather quickly about what I call the basics of science diplomacy, what should we know about this concept, and then turn to an illustration on the case of the European Union. If we try to understand what is science diplomacy, the first thing that we have to understand is that it is made of practices in which diplomats as well as scientists have an interest. It is about connecting some aspects of the international relations which have something to do with research on the international level. So in that sense, practices of science diplomacy are practices where the interests of scientists are there, but also the interest of diplomats, which means the interest of the foreign policy of the state or the interest of the global governance of global challenges. So as it is a kind of a buzzword or catch-all concept, which is in the making, which is still fluid, I think it is interesting to try to look more closely to what we know about it. The starting point, you may have already heard about this rather famous report, was issued in 2010 by the Royal Society, which is the British Academy of Sciences and the American Association for the Advancement of Science. They issued a report under the name New Frontiers in Science Diplomacy, and they tried to introduce the concept of science diplomacy by reflecting on the interactions between the sphere of science and research and the sphere of international affairs in the political sense, distinguishing between science in diplomacy, one aspect, informing foreign policy objectives with scientific advice, then diplomacy for science In which way can embassies, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, diplomats facilitate international scientific cooperation? And third, science for diplomacy, which was defined as the use of scientific cooperation in order to improve political relationship between countries. Examples quickly. Science in diplomacy. This is about international scientific expertise. The scientific community has a capacity to inform decision makers. What is the state of the most relevant knowledge on scientific issues which have an interest for the international community? So it takes place through science policy interfaces, such as the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The other one, IPBES, is the same thing for topics regarding biodiversity. This is one aspect. Then the second aspect, diplomacy for science. This is the way by which official structures, governments, support international scientific cooperation through science agreements between governments, but also through the support that embassies in the field can give to scientists. For instance, science attachés at foreign embassies, they can, of course, a part of their job is to support, to help, and to facilitate scientific cooperation between the two countries. This is an example of diplomacy for science. This is about ITER. ITER is a very large research infrastructure which is under construction in the south of France. International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. This is a huge project, multilateral project, different countries involved. And the idea came from this first discussion in the 80s of the last century between Gorbachev and Reagan at that time. So then came a lot of work from diplomats in order to agree where to locate this infrastructure, how to find the funding. This is an example of how national structures of different countries can team up and facilitate the achievement of such scientific project. And then third, science for diplomacy, which is maybe the most intriguing or interesting or challenging aspect of science diplomacy. This is when scientific activity, scientific cooperation is used with a diplomatic intent. It has a diplomatic added value, adding to the scientific value of cooperation, of course. We had example during the Cold War, track to diplomacy. During the Cold War, USSR and USA, or Western countries, never stopped collaborating for science. And it happened that scientists from both sides were used to convey messages, to feel the atmosphere on the other side, and to, in a sense, convey a kind of diplomatic role in the international scientific cooperation. And today, we can see science for diplomacy in the way that scientific cooperation can still take place, even if countries are not in good relationship. Cooperation, scientific cooperation never stopped between USA and Cuba, despite the sanctions, economic sanctions. It never stopped between USA and Iran, despite the economic sanctions, etc. An example is the speech in Cairo of Barack Obama, an example of science for diplomacy. When he came when he became the president, he wanted to reset the international relations of the United States, and he made this proposal in this speech in Egypt to send top-level American scientists to Middle East countries, to Arab and Muslim countries, in order to reconnect through science and through scientific dialogue with those countries. Obviously, there was clear foreign policy intention in this. Why now? Why do we speak about science diplomacy now? I think three reasons. The first one is, of course, we have been aware for decades now about global issues, about the threats on the humanity, on the planet, and those issues have a strong most of them have a strong scientific content, environment, health, etc. Then second reason, after the Cold War, we saw that the soft power became more and more important in the relationship between countries, more important than the hard power that was activated more during the Cold War. And science is a really effective vehicle for soft power. And last reason, today we think that diplomacy is not anymore the only concern of states, of government, of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That's what you said. It's more integrative. It's more a kind of co-construction between official diplomats, governments, foreign policy objectives, and other communities, non-state actors. And non-state actors, it's a good chance for the scientific community to take its role in this. Actors of science diplomacy are diplomatic actors, of course, chief scientist advisor to Minister of Foreign Affairs, or science attaché at embassy, or Obama's science envoys. Those persons are paid by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But in the science diplomacy practices that we're speaking about, anytime you must have a co-action, co-construction. A part is diplomatic, another part is scientific or research directed. Academies of sciences, universities, non-governmental organizations participate in the science diplomacy process. If we look at the drivers, the intentions at the nation, at the level of a nation, of a country, let's say Italy, and then I will turn to European Union, Italy or France or whatever. We have three main drivers, three main motivations from which countries want to engage in science diplomacy: cooperation, influence, and attraction and access to scientific resources. Attractiveness policies, attracting foreign scientists, attracting foreign doctoral students. This is a diplomatic action. This is also very much connected to scientific aspects. This is an example on that pool. Science and technology expertise. When a country sends abroad its technical experts, scientific experts, medical doctors, whatever, this is for supporting population abroad, but this is also a way of promoting the influence of the country. I could be more extensive on that, but I don't have time. Cooperation, what is cooperation? It is collective action for managing the global public good or global health or the stability of climate, etc. Large research infrastructure, I gave an example. Alumni, let's skip that. Diaspora are quite important for a country like as Italy, for instance, which has an important scientific diaspora. Connecting with the diaspora, I know that you're doing that with the Innovitalia platform, I think, yeah, in your ministry. This is another motivation. Quickly, just to apply this to the European level, the European Union is not a nation state, it's a supranational body, but it makes sense, I think, to try to look into the science diplomacy of the European Union with this frame that I just explained. Why? Because European Union has a written strategy of science diplomacy. I skip this. There is a wish of cooperation, obviously a wish of cooperation and also of addressing global challenges. This is well known. The tools, we know them, are the European Union research infrastructures, CERN, before the European Union existed, European Space Agency, etc. So this is a tool. But also science and technological agreements with many countries that the European Union has signed with 20 countries outside Europe, and very well known, the Framework Program for Research and Development, which expressed the wish, the will, the activation of cooperation at the scientific level. Strategic driver, attraction and access. How to attract, how to facilitate the access of European scientists to foreign scientific resources. We have some tools, some of the Euraccess platforms or the Marie Skłodowska Curie fellowships. Could you see that more than 90 different nationalities of young scientists have benefited from that. So it's a way of attracting them to the European Union for a while. And strategic driver influence, very important influence. The European Union, as every big country would do also, tries to be influential in the world and tries to be influential, among others, with the use of science and scientific cooperation. The tools are there, Tempest programs starting in the 1990s, Western Balkan Agenda, EU Central Asian Network for Water Diplomacy, etc. Many tools. Have a look at this, for instance. You know that in the European framework programs, research program, there are associated countries that are not members countries, but there are other countries rather close to the European Union. Look at this. Where are those countries? You will find Western countries, Western-minded countries, political allies. You see them, Iceland, Norway, even far away, New Zealand, Canada. You will find countries who are geographically close to Europe and that Europe would like to, towards which extend its political influence. Armenia, Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine. And you will also have countries in the northern part of Africa. Tunisia is already associated, Morocco is in discussion. And we have the European Union relationship with the Mediterranean area, which is also a very strong political objective of the European Union. So this is to say that you cannot separate at some point, you cannot make the distinction between scientific cooperation and geopolitics, in a way, okay? So these are examples of scientific cooperation, which is there, of course, for scientific results which are expected from it. This is the first motivation, but also for promoting some kind of political influence in the broad sense. And I will finish on that. A way by which the European Union is influential on the global scene is through the dissemination of its norm and its value. Look, for instance, the Bologna process. You know the Bologna process, bachelor, master, doctorate. Okay, nearly 50 states participate in the European higher education area, which is twice more at the number of member states. And the European Union also promotes very often its so-called European values. And those are academic freedom, respect of gender equality, and so on and so forth. And when the European Union negotiates science and technological agreements with other countries, they strongly ask, firmly ask for those values be adopted and respected. This is a way of being influential in a sense through the promotion and dissemination of value. I will skip that. To conclude, I just said that at the moment, the European Union is reflecting in order to update its agenda of science diplomacy. So there are discussions going on, and this shows the very strong commitment of the European Commission and of the political body of the European Union to this very contemporary and interesting form of participation in international relationships, the name of which is science diplomacy. Thank you. Grazie.
Thank you, Professor Ruffini, for your introduction to these notions. Let me have only, I would like only to highlight one passage. You said it is difficult to find a real separation between research, technology, and innovation and geopolitics. I think that's a key takeaway from this presentation. Also in, I would say, the most curiosity-driven programs such as ERC or Marie Curie, these are organized within an overarching policy framework. It doesn't mean that, of course, they immediately achieve political goal, but there is a policy framework, which opens also some tensions between academic freedom and the relation with the policy making. But for time reason, I leave this observation here. And thanking again Professor Ruffini, I leave the floor to Dr. Lobasso for the second speech of the session.
Thanks a lot, Professor Ruffini and Professor Alnardi, and I'm honored to be here. And I heard a lot, some words going on in this room, and what I would like to underline is that the world of development cooperation and the internationalization of trade, commerce, and finance is benefiting of a particularly positive moment. We have at least 3-dimensional changes that we are experiencing that is nurturing, this development of science diplomacy. First, Professor Ruffini touched immediately the subject, which is we are in time of hybrid diplomacy. It's not anymore diplomacy, institutional diplomacy, but it's the cooperation between institutional, non-institutional, civil society, firms. All together, we do foreign policy. And this is very important because, just years ago, we had that kind of very whispered, subtle diplomacy, and now we are in time of public diplomacy. Going public, you have to improve and increase the number of subjects cooperating. The second is that we live today in a period in which finally the world of development cooperation and the internationalization of firms and commerce and trade, they are approaching and they are interconnecting more and more. Probably you know that from 1st of January 2024, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has a new unit which is into Development Cooperation General Directorate, which is aimed at finding all possible interconnection for Italian enterprises by the fruit of development cooperation. So it's just a way of implementing, and the two worlds are not opposite anymore, but the two worlds are interconnecting because we are in an interconnection dimension, physically speaking, emotionally speaking, energetically speaking. It is not time anymore of competition. Competition is understanding it has been juxtaposed by cooperation. Cooperation is a win-win situation. In competition, you have a win-lose, and we have been discovering, I would say since at least a couple of decades, that cooperation is something that benefits everybody. Maximum benefit for the maximum number of people. If I'm good, you are good, and vice versa. So it's a way of thinking that finally is changing, obviously, maintaining what is the most important priorities of single states, but the issue is that multilaterally speaking, internationally speaking, cooperation is juxtaposing competition. And this is very, very important in order to understand why finally development cooperation and the soul of development cooperation is, just in some way interconnecting with the world of enterprises. Why it's happening so? Because, as this guru of management, Sinek, used to say, before the what, before the how, it's important to discover the why. What is the why of this interconnection? Is the fact that we are encountering ourselves on the basis of values, common values. When we talk about diplomacy, science, firm, occupation, even revenues, we talk about also common values, creativeness, innovation, multilateralism, which means dialogue, which means informal contacts. So not anymore, the structured way of dialoguing, but also this enormous number of entities which are alike, some international organizations, help a lot spreading common values. And as Professor Ruffini said, where there is science, where there is commerce, there is no war, there is peace. 2 days ago, I discovered, just in my new job since 7 months, that China and Taiwan, you cannot imagine how much of a cooperation in terms of science, microchips, semiconductors is going on, notwithstanding the fact that in all possible international fora, we have this strong competition. And I will, spare you about commerce, because even in commerce, you cannot imagine how many Taiwanese entrepreneurs, they are doing a fortune in China and vice versa. So it's a question of values, dialogue, education. It's empowering young generations, and when we talk about Global South, youth, women, into using the fire that they have inside and to express in shapes that fortunately go to the benefit of all. What is doing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about that? The Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs about that. First of all, I am Deputy Director of a general direction which has a wing concerning trade, commerce, and finance, and a wing concerning science, space, science diplomacy, and culture. So the fact that we are approaching and we are putting all together art, science, we are creating what we call integrated promotion, which is a little bit what we read before. It's influence, it's soft power. It's a way of saying to the world, listen, we are here to cooperate in the sense of spreading out common values and therefore well-being, shared well-being. Concerning, for example, the African continent, last July we had the first, in the history of the MFA, the first meeting of the space agencies of Africa in Italy, under the aegid of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the ASI, the Association for Space. Innovitalia has been recalled by Professor Ruffini, but I can tell you, for example, that the Mattei plan is very concentrated even on that. Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, which is the public bank, is the operational arm of development cooperation for implementing projects, even with the world of private entrepreneurs. Some initiatives, just to give you the idea of this interconnection and this mix of different sides. On the 22nd of April, which is the day of the birth of Rita Levi di Montalcini, we have the Day of Italian Research all over the world. So we use all diplomatic posts, consulate, and embassies in order to create moments to summon different souls around science. Or we have the Italian Day for Space, which is on the 16th of December, because in the 16th of December 1964, we launched our first satellite, and we were the third after United States and Russia, I think, the third in the world to be in the space like that. We have the conference every year of scientific experts. We have around 50, I think, space and science experts all over the world, and we summon all these people, sometimes in Italy, sometimes abroad, in order to give an important contribution to, new way of exploiting this interconnection in order to achieve peace. What is the scope? The scope is well designed and set by development cooperation expert. No one left behind. Very simple. We have to change the way of thinking, because if we don't change the way of thinking, and everything starts from here, we cannot implement, we cannot improve, just our contribution about that. So, only by cooperation we can face international and common challenges, like we have seen on pandemics, on climate change, on food security, and last but not least, I've seen an incredible boost, Italy, on biosciences, biotech, and the sciences of life, an incredible cooperation. I think at the end of the month, some Qatari delegation is coming here. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is ready to continue this kind of hybridation, no? About science, technology, commerce, and this is a good wave. Let's exploit the wave. This is a good moment, you know, just for cooperation, and I'm very happy that, you know, just moments like this are flourishing in order to expand, you know, knowledge and consciousness about the fact that only together, you know, just we can make it. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Lobasso, for this second talk. As I did before, I would like just to highlight one point in connection with the speech of Dr. Lobasso, taking an aspect that was brought to our attention by the presentation of ECS CUCS, and that was the aspect of power imbalances. Why it is important? Because as we open science diplomacy to a multitude of stakeholders, and then we use science diplomacy in building ties on the international level, then a real capacity of co-designing initiative, co-managing initiatives, that becomes crucial to ensure a fair process, but also durable results. This is not easy to do. It's easier to say than do that, but I think it's crucial. And again, this is an apparent tension also that I think, even if we don't have the time now to go deeper into that, is important to have as a reference point when we talk about the policy framework of international cooperation and science diplomacy more specifically. So, once more, thanks to the speaker of this session, thanks to all of you who took the time to listen to us, and we leave the floor to the final roundtable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers, the coordinators of the session of this morning. Very inspiring. I'll leave the floor to Magnifica Rettrice Alessandra Perucci from the University of Florence, and I'll call also il rettore Francesco Castelli, il dottor Cabasino, e lascio a voi la tavola rotonda finale di dialogo fra mondo dell'università e delle istituzioni a chiusura dell'8º convegno CUCS. Grazie.
Grazie. Prima di tutto mi scuso, ma non so quale lingua devo utilizzare, perché mi avevano detto italiano e quindi andiamo avanti con l'italiano. Innanzitutto questo è un problema tecnico. Benissimo. Allora, innanzitutto vi porto i saluti anche della professoressa Giovanna Ianna Antuoni, che è la presidente della CRUI, e quindi mi ha pregato di portarvi appunto i suoi saluti per questo importantissimo momento di confronto dell'appunto l'8º convegno del CUCS, che come sapete fa parte della rete che poi viene riunita nella CRUI. Bene, allora vedete che abbiamo i nostri due relatori importantissimi che ringrazio. Lasciatemi appunto, prima di iniziare a questa conversazione, lasciatemi anche aggiungere che ho sentito adesso il talk che ci ha preceduto, insomma le relazioni che ci hanno preceduto, che sono state veramente molto utili, introduttive, insomma, a questa tavola rotonda. Questo è un momento, come è stato ricordato, particolarmente intenso. Giustamente è stato ricordato, è un momento giusto per avviare sempre di più la cooperazione. D'altro canto sappiamo molto bene che si tratta di un momento assai difficile e che quindi la cooperazione è senz'altro un punto che ci può dare se volete, anche una certa fiducia nel futuro, ma chiaramente dovrà essere giocata nella maniera migliore, visto che la situazione assolutamente non è facile. Allora, innanzitutto saluto appunto i nostri due panelist. Ah no, pardon, anche il terzo che è collegato, mi scuso tantissimo, col Ministero. Sì, adesso la vedo. Buongiorno, dottor Diodati, buongiorno. Buongiorno, grazie di essere qua. Benissimo. Allora, senza aggiungere altro tempo inutile, diciamo così, e per cercare di essere più compatti possibile, visto l'ora, comincerei subito con una domanda al mio collega e amico qui accanto, Francesco Castelli, che oltre che essere il magnifico rettore dell'Università di Brescia è sicuramente uno dei rettori, forse anche insieme a Maurizio Oliviero, che fra l'altro anche lui saluta e si scusa, ma per un problema personale non è potuto essere qui, ma comunque appunto uno dei rettori che meglio conoscono questo ambiente della cooperazione, e quindi a lui proprio propongo questa domanda che riguarda un po' il ruolo che il CUCS ha, diciamo, nella cooperazione e lo sviluppo che questa rete può avere anche alla luce, come vi ho appena un po' introdotto, delle sfide contemporanee. Quindi grazie Francesco, ti passo subito il microfono.
Thank you, Alessandra. Thank you for your kind words and also for the hospitality in such a wonderful place at the University of Florence. Yes, I am a rector, but before becoming a rector, I'm also a physician, and also I've been involved in cooperation for development for quite a number of years. The first time I went at the time we called developing countries, was 1975, very long ago. And I'm mentioning that because the world since that has changed a lot in the field of cooperation. Well, CUCS, I do not know whether during the past days someone has made a short history of CUCS, but at the beginning, CUCS was only made by a small number of young persons, most of whom are here today, and I am very happy to be again with them. And this group of people came from different universities: Trento, Genova, Pavia, Trieste, Politecnico. And they only shared the willing of putting them at the disposal of a sharing of values with countries all over the world. I have to say that at that time, before the year 2000, we were quite isolated in our universities because we do not have any settore scientifico disciplinare who is named Cooperation for Development. So we had to struggle just to affirm the fact that cooperation is something important in the universities. Then CUCS, also after, thanks to our Minister of Foreign Affairs, was created and was established in 2007, I think. Is that correct? That means 17 years ago. But once again, it was not really well recognized until when, and I think it was in 2018, it has been officially affiliated to the Conference of the Italian Rectors, CROI. At that moment, we had some kind of official recognition in our university arena. But still, Alessandra, we had to do more for that. We had to put the cooperation issues in the discussion of the CROI. COE is usually discussing about money, financial problems, all these kind of things. Well, what is the strength and what is the weakness of CUCS? To me, the strength is that, as it has been very well pointed out before, is that the situation is complex, is complicated, is not monodisciplinary. I am a physician, but I cannot solve the development problems only by taking care of patients. Isn't it, Jamba? So is it multidisciplinary, including engineering, energy, architecture, whatever, medicine, health, cultural heritage? This is our strength. But at the same time, it is our weakness, because no one is going to have a scientific career on international cooperation for development, because we do not have our vertical tracks. We will not have any high-impact peer-reviewed journals on that. A researcher is not going to become a professor or a rector or whatever if it is a cooperation scientist. And this is something we have to make advocacy for, Alessandra, at our level, at the CRUI, and also at the Ministry of University and Research, in order to affirm the dignity of such a, in brackets, discipline. Otherwise, it risks to continue being the issue of very passionate persons with an humanitarian feeling and values. So please, our ministries, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of University and Research, please understand that cooperation is the future. Someone said that cooperation is not competition, but unfortunately, in our individual universities, it may be competition, because you have to struggle for resources, and then you have much more important, in brackets, disciplines, internal medicine, civil engineering, whatever. So we are somehow orphans, and our future is only related to the fact that the rector is somehow sensitive to the issue, but the next rector maybe not. So what is the role of CUCS? The role of CUCS is to continue to make advocacy, to affirm that cooperation has the same dignity all of the other disciplines, to affirm that international cooperation is going to face enormous problems, and enormous problems need enormous resources to be faced. Now, we have challenges today, very different from 1975 when I was a young man going to Ecuador at the time. We have migration. How is international cooperation at the time of migration? How can we cooperate with the diaspora, for instance, to make cooperation? And also the drivers of migration, climate changes, economic crisis, and so on. In my opinion, CUCS has a big role to play to raise high the voice of cooperation in CRUI as a rector, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, at the Ministry of University and Research, and I think that also we can make an example of good practice. To me, the fact that we were able to put together, Sabrina, 93 African universities, is that correct, 93? And 21 Italian universities to make a common project is extraordinary. Because usually in the university arena, we have internal competition, but have to be honest, also competition between universities. And the fact that we have one single project with 21 Italian universities and 93 African universities, to me, is extraordinary. Is an example of best practice, and I hope that our ministries can appreciate that and use such a platform for future actions and activities.
So thank you very much, Francesco. So I go on in English, in Italian, so we switch languages. Comunque ringrazio moltissimo l'intervento del rettore Castelli, perché ha sottolineato veramente i punti salienti, e io, diciamo, facendo parte della CRUI, senz'altro sarò di supporto a queste esigenze. E do la benvenuto anche, perché lo vedo collegato, al dottor Mazzola, che saluto anche lui, e giusto appunto, visto che abbiamo degli ospiti collegati, non me ne vorrà il qui presente dottor Cabatino, ma do un attimo la parola al nostro collega dottor Diodati. Prego. Per lei avrei una domanda, se vuole un po' generale, ma che forse lei potrà declinare nella maniera che forse pensa più opportuna, ovvero sia, a noi interessa come mondo universitario un po' quale può essere il ruolo dell'ufficio, del suo ufficio, proprio per supportare e dare voce a questa cooperazione. Prego, dottor Diodato.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, because it's a very good opportunity also for me to learn from you and from your experiences. I have to say, just to answer directly to this question, that my office is a new office which was set up this year. We have not yet all the personnel that we would like to have, but precisely because it is a new office, and the institution of this new office bears witness to the fact that it is very much important to universities, because my office has the task of keeping contact with all the entities that are external to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And so, like universities, like territorial entities, like the private sector, like all these institutions that are no-profit institutions. Why is that? We give very much importance to the university. Matter of fact, we have also a university professor for Roma 3 in my office. And we try to participate in all the initiatives that are organized by universities like this one. To tell the truth, our director wanted to be present in Florence. Unfortunately, he had a mission to London. He had to go to London and he could not come back on time to participate. Otherwise, he would have been present today. In September, we have another initiative organized by the University of Teramo, for example. They have invited some African rectors. So we try to participate in every occasion and to give support to the university. Universities are fully involved in our activities because we have to remember that in the as the so-called National Council for Development Cooperation, that is the Consiglio Nazionale per la Cooperazione allo Sviluppo, and is a body that approaches strategies of development cooperation department at universities. As a matter of fact, National Council for Development Cooperation has a working group. In the first working group, dedicated to the follow-up of Agenda 2030, Agenda of the United Nations 2030 for Development. This is the working group number 1. The working group number 3 takes an interest in the strategies and guiding lines of the Italian Cooperation Department, also to give new ideas to development cooperation. The working group number 3 is dedicated to the private sector, relation between private sector and development cooperation department. And number 4 is migration and development. Working group number 5 is territorial partnership with territorial entities like region and so on. So why this means that we have all worked all together, and the role of universities will be always more important, because in the future, the development cooperation will have also to take advantage of these new technologies like artificial intelligence, for example. I participated recently in a very interesting seminar organized by CESPI about artificial intelligence. And in the future, we will have to cooperate with the private sector, particularly with the private sector and with universities, to see how in the future we could also develop this, acquire these technologies, taking into account that other foreign development cooperation agencies, like, for example, the United States or Great Britain, they have already started to use these artificial intelligence technologies. For example, Great Britain would like to open in Africa a center devoted to artificial intelligence. They want to give to African universities scholarships on artificial intelligence. But this is all another sector, so just to stay on track, I wanted to concentrate on the fact that we must have today a multi-stakeholder approach. And so we are trying to follow this line. And so to conclude, the cooperation with university for us is of the utmost importance. And also in the future, don't worry, because also in the future we will keep being in contact. Thank you.
Grazie mille, e torneremo probabilmente su questi temi anche con una domanda, un'ulteriore domanda un po' più avanti, in modo da precisare ancora meglio, visto che dal nostro punto di vista è estremamente importante parlare di questo tipo anche di lavoro congiunto che si può sviluppare. Ritorno a questo punto in aula e chiedo invece al dottor Gabassino, che ringrazio ancora per essere qui con noi, considerando appunto che l'agenzia è nata nel 2016 e quindi a questo punto siamo a 8 anni di attività, quali sono magari delle esperienze di collaborazione, in particolare ovviamente accademica, che in qualche maniera hanno interessato di più o che in qualche modo hanno tracciato un percorso di innovazione anche per questo tipo di rapporti, di queste collaborazioni? Grazie.
Bene, grazie, mi metto in piedi perché sono nascosto a una parte dell'uditorio con questo enorme schermo. E innanzitutto permettetemi di portarvi i saluti del vice direttore tecnico dell'agenzia, Leonardo Carmenati, che ha avuto un impedimento e non può partecipare a questo incontro. Io rappresento l'agenzia come diciamo esperto anziano ormai, fosse altro che per questioni anagrafiche e anche per esperienza, avendo maturato anche una lunga esperienza nel Ministero per i beni culturali e ambientali del turismo prima di entrare in agenzia. Allora, io, se mi permettete, volevo fare qualche considerazione e rispondere alla sua domanda. Allora, qualche considerazione è sulla esperienza che ho vissuto questi giorni qui con voi, in cui sono rimasto molto colpito sono 3 gli aggettivi: ricchezza, estensione e profondità del vostro lavoro in tutti i vari gruppi tematici con i quali avete lavorato. Credo che sia stato fatto un lavoro importante di preparazione, credo che sia fondamentale creare questo tipo di momenti di scambio tra voi e, ci aggiungerei, tra voi e noi, perché effettivamente penso che sia molto importante fare in modo che il lavoro di ricerca teorico poi possa avere una concreta realizzazione in quello che noi abbiamo. Nel mio intervento ricordavo una definizione che era stata data della ricchezza adesso ho un attimo un'amnesia sulla scrittrice che lo aveva citato, diceva ma tu adesso che sei diventata famosa sei ricca, e lei dice ma io ricca ero prima, adesso ho anche i soldi. Allora l'esperienza che io ho maturato entrando in agenzia è il fatto che nella riforma della legge 125/2014 il portafoglio gestionale è stato trasferito all'agenzia e alle sue articolazioni, laddove poi ovviamente la definizione delle politiche, delle aree di intervento e di quello che si deve fare rimane in capo al Ministero degli Affari Esteri e della Cooperazione. Quindi, per dire, anche la cooperazione da qualche anno è diventata anche nella denominazione del Ministero un campo di intervento. E quindi l'importanza di questo partenariato che è stato sviluppato. Mi permetto anche di ricordare all'interno dell'area tematica di ringraziare la professoressa Mirella Loda, che ha creato una sessione tematica anche importante sul tema del patrimonio culturale e cultura come strumento di sviluppo, perché è fondamentale stressare questo tipo di argomento. L'altro aspetto che mi ha colpito molto è l'importanza della formazione adeguata, perché è un mestiere che diventa sempre più complesso, quello della cooperazione internazionale. Quindi l'attenzione che le università pongono nel formare nuovi professionisti per questo campo di intervento è estremamente importante e strategica. Il mestiere è sempre più complesso, il mondo è più complesso e quindi il vostro impegno in questo senso è estremamente importante. Io mi permetto di richiamare anche il fatto, ma voi lo avete effettivamente fatto, l'importanza di un dialogo strutturato tra CUCS e agenzia. L'agenzia è articolata, la vice direzione tecnica è tecnica in quanto ci sono degli uffici divisi per area tematica, quindi abbiamo l'uso del sviluppo umano, nel quale è ricompreso anche i campi, gli interventi in ambito medico, uso dell'ambiente e del territorio, le risorse ambientali. Abbiamo all'interno dell'ufficio terzo questo team cultura e sviluppo. Questo perché lo dico? Perché io penso che sia importante che anche i risultati di questo lavoro e il dialogo che si può costruire poi possa essere incanalato quindi tra le varie competenze tematiche e scientifiche che voi rappresentate e gli uffici dell'agenzia. Mi permetto solo di ricordare l'esistenza di un'altra agenzia, che è l'Italian Trade Agency, quello che era ICE, Istituto per il Commercio Estero. Tra l'Agenzia per la Cooperazione e l'ICE c'è un protocollo di collaborazione. Io credo che laddove appunto si sta parlando delle sfide complesse, delle vostre competenze e della, posso dire, trasferibilità del know-how italiano nelle varie aree geografiche, è fondamentale passare attraverso questo. E io mi farò ovviamente portavoce di quello che ho visto, ascoltato e di quello che voi avete rappresentato in questi giorni, sia col vice direttore tecnico sia col direttore Rusconi, che mi sembra abbia ben rappresentato nel suo intervento l'interesse che c'è da parte dell'agenzia nei confronti della partnership con le università. Mi permetto di ricordare un fatto: ovviamente in questo momento tutto il Paese è, come dire, reclutato sulla priorità politica dell'intervenire in Africa. L'agenzia comunque, anche rispetto alle linee gestite fino ad oggi, interviene, mi permetto di ricordare, in Medio Oriente, in Europa orientale, nell'Estremo Oriente e nell'America centrale e del Sud. Quindi mi permetto di riportare anche un attimo e di ricentrare un momento la nostra attenzione. È evidente che è un obbligo nostro istituzionale rispondere alle indicazioni governative, ma non dimentichiamoci che siamo impegnati da anni, stiamo realizzando cose egregie anche in altre parti del mondo. Due cose, e ora rispondo anche alla sua domanda. Io mi permetto di ricordare come modello di sviluppo. Nell'intervento che ho fatto nella tavola rotonda, nella sessione come keynote speaker, ho proposto il modello di sviluppo rappresentato da Kate Raworth nel Donuts Economy, nella economia della ciambella, in cui invece di presentare uno sviluppo lineare si presenta uno sviluppo circoscritto ai valori ineludibili della conservazione, dell'ecologia, con al centro la giustizia sociale. Ecco, mi permetto di ricordare in questa sede questo modello economico perché è quello al quale noi sicuramente dobbiamo tendere. Le collaborazioni con l'università, io anche per la mia esperienza degli anni passati come direttore dell'agenzia in Giordania e in Iraq, ma ne ho conosciute appunto non soltanto nel campo di intervento di cui io sono uno specialista, quindi le missioni archeologiche che diventano appunto in questo passaggio da cooperazione culturale alla cooperazione allo sviluppo nel settore culturale, ma poi le ho viste nel settore della sanità, degli interventi che anche l'Agenzia ha sostenuto con le università in attività di ricerca sulle produzioni agricole in diversi paesi. Quindi io adesso ovviamente non ho la memoria precisa dei titoli e delle università, ma io ho visto concretamente all'opera quindi i progetti nei quali sono coinvolte le università che hanno un grande successo, un'efficacia. La cosa fondamentale sulla quale noi dobbiamo sempre avere a mente e lavorare molto è proprio all'interno di questo modello di sviluppo economico che sia sostenibile e nel quale sia garantita la giustizia sociale. Non ho sentito accennare troppo in questi giorni la parola sostenibilità. Noi siamo chiamati anche come agenzia a rispondere del nostro operato misurando dei risultati, perché impieghiamo denaro pubblico, e la sostenibilità è probabilmente l'elemento sul quale, anche attraverso la ricerca scientifica, anche attraverso la collaborazione con l'università, dobbiamo incrementare l'efficacia del nostro intervento pubblico. Cioè, quando c'è un prima, c'è un durante e c'è un dopo. Il dopo quanto dura? Quanto noi riusciamo a essere efficienti ed efficaci nel garantire che questo che noi stiamo creando insieme ai nostri partner abbia un futuro ugualmente efficace e utile per le comunità per le quali interveniamo. Grazie e buon lavoro ancora.
Grazie mille. Poi torneremo, grazie anche per aver ricordato infatti come la cooperazione debba essere vista come con una estensione veramente molto ampia. E vengo allora dal dottor Michele Mazzola, che saluto di nuovo. Torniamo più a un altro all'argomento insomma che è stato più volte ricordato e che in questo momento è, come dire, di particolare attualità, ovvero sia il piano Mattei. In particolare vorrei chiedere al dottor Mazzola se può magari sottolineare alcuni aspetti, alcuni elementi di particolare importanza che vede lui del ruolo delle università in questo piano e aggiungo anche, considerato che diciamo il MUR, il Ministero insomma è coinvolto anche ovviamente in tutti i temi che sono stati sviluppati in molte riunioni del G7, in particolare G7 Science. Quali sono gli indirizzi, le strategie appunto che il Ministero intende perseguire, intende attuare nell'ambito dell'internazionalizzazione dell'istruzione superiore? Grazie e passo subito la parola.
Grazie Alessandra. Mamma mia, che domanda impegnativa. Allora, stamattina abbiamo provato nella prima sessione a rappresentare un po' in modo sintetico alcune linee di intervento, cercando di seguire gli spunti che suggerivi ora. Lato piano Mattei c'è l'intenzione nel lato da parte del Ministero di avere un ruolo sempre più attivo al tavolo che ha convocato la Presidenza del Consiglio. Come abbiamo mostrato questa mattina, il Ministro ha avviato già da gennaio-febbraio un primo, chiamiamolo tour, nei paesi dell'Africa mediterranea, orientandosi con i paesi target indicati dal piano Mattei. Quindi siamo stati in Marocco, Algeria, Libia e tutto quello che abbiamo visto nella presentazione di stamattina. A partire da ottobre, poi vedremo perché da ottobre-novembre, inizieranno una serie di incontri a cui stiamo lavorando invece sull'Africa, diciamo, subsahariana, sull'altro gruppo di paesi prioritari, in attesa di capire se poi i 9 paesi prioritari diventeranno 14 e poi continueranno a ampliarsi. La cosa però che volevo sottolineare stamattina è che il modello che abbiamo adottato, cioè non è semplicemente facciamo una missione, conosciamo il ministro e qui si ferma, è quello di collegare ad ogni missione ovviamente la firma di un memorandum of understanding, come si fa di prassi in queste situazioni, includendo in ogni memorandum la creazione di un joint steering committee bilaterale, quindi solitamente noi abbiamo 3 rappresentanti lato italiano e 3 rappresentanti lato paese estero con cui firmiamo, in questo caso i paesi africani. Questo perché l'idea è che questi incontri devono poi far nascere una collaborazione su tematiche che sono ritenute prioritarie da entrambi i ministeri che si interfacciano. Ovviamente si tratta, in lato nostro, di una collaborazione tra ministeri e quindi tiene anche conto poi tutti i contesti governativi che ci sono nei vari paesi, però è inevitabile in questo momento che ci sia un passaggio di questo genere. Il Joint Steering Committee ha poi il compito di individuare queste aree prioritarie di interesse sostanzialmente per i 2 governi e su questo creare delle call congiunte in modo da finanziare dei progetti che mettano insieme università italiane e università del paese estero coinvolto. La prima che uscirà entro poche settimane, preannunciamo, è quella con l'Algeria, perché su questo il lavoro è andato più avanti. C'è un tema di risorse, ovviamente, su cui stiamo riflettendo, perché poi da un lato c'è l'agenda politica, ma poi dobbiamo riuscire a farla, come si dice, quadrare con le risorse che abbiamo in bilancio per il 2024. Altra cosa sarà sul 2025, su cui speriamo di incrementare le risorse su questo capitolo, ma ovviamente se facciamo una call e chiediamo alle università di presentare dei progetti in partenariato, dobbiamo mettere delle risorse a disposizione. Quindi questo è lo schema che stiamo seguendo su ogni paese. Sull'Africa al momento appunto partiamo con l'Algeria, poi sono molto avanzate le interlocuzioni con il Marocco, ma d'altronde lì si è anche avviato un rapporto tra rettori con l'iniziativa che abbiamo fatto a Roma più strutturato rispetto ad altri paesi. Come diceva anche l'intervento prima di me, però non c'è solo l'Africa. L'Africa in questo momento costituisce sicuramente una priorità per il piano Mattei, ma parallelamente il tentativo è mantenere aperto anche la collaborazione con altre aree. Dal 23 al 25 settembre il ministro, insieme, ho capito, a un grosso numero di rettori, sarà in Uzbekistan e in Kazakistan per seguire lo stesso schema, perché anche in questi casi con i paesi dell'Asia centrale è stato sottoscritto un MOU, a seguire è stato fatto un Joint Steering Committee e si sta lavorando alla creazione di quel congiunte. Ma lo stesso è il percorso che è stato fatto con la Serbia. A novembre ci sarà il forum Italia-Serbia a Trieste e anche lì saranno dati i risultati della prima call di questo tipo che era stata lanciata, se non erro, a maggio del 2024. Quindi diciamo in questo momento il lavoro che ha impostato il Ministero su questo settore lato bilaterale ovviamente è questo che ho cercato di appena descrivere e che si svilupperà prioritariamente sui paesi subafricani a partire da fine anno per tutto il 2025, subsahariani scusate, e parallelamente su alcune realtà dell'Asia centrale e sul tema Cina, su cui non entriamo in questo convegno, ma che costituisce, noi avremo a novembre la settimana della scienza, come ogni anno diciamo, con i colleghi cinesi, a cui seguirà anche in questo caso un forum sulla formazione superiore 2024 e più probabile 2025, perché l'altro tentativo che anche come Ministero stiamo cercando di fare è cercare di promuovere iniziative o comunque policy che tengano insieme i due aspetti di ricerca e formazione, soprattutto in ambito internazionale. Allatere la partita delle infrastrutture di ricerca che, come sapete, muovano anche qui in ambito internazionale, perché spesso ce lo dimentichiamo, ma costituiscano quei laboratori un elemento di mobilità per il ricercatore, nonché di effettiva collaborazione a livello internazionale. Ora parliamo di altro, ma diciamo nelle iniziative che stiamo mettendo in atto noterete che è sempre presente la doppia veste ricerca e formazione superiore, proprio nell'ottica che rappresentavo precedentemente. Chiudo con i 3 strumenti che ho citato questa mattina. I progetti TNE che conoscete, poi magari ne parleremo dopo. Uscirà la prossima settimana perché il ministro Bernini e il ministro Traiani hanno firmato il decreto alla strategia per l'internazionalizzazione della formazione superiore, un primo documento che vuole aiutare ad avere un approccio di sistema rispetto alle priorità che anche i 2 ministeri hanno adottato in ambito internazionale. Stiamo disponendo la grafica, una cosa molto banale, ma c'era un problema di grafica sul file e spero che lunedì sia risolto. Gli accordi bilaterali che citavo e poi il follow up del G7. Su questo noi avremo a Trieste, i primi di ottobre, sta gestendo Area Science Park, un'iniziativa focalizzata sul G7 e sul follow up del G7 in ambito Africa. Abbiamo brevissimamente presentato stamattina perché ancora è molto in fieri la call, ma anche da questo genererà una piccola call molto sperimentale che segue un po' però l'idea del Transnational Education. Ora su questo poi a Trieste avremo modo con chi parteciperà di presentare in modo più dettagliato la call e dare poi le tempistiche che guardano oggettivamente a fine 2024 ma soprattutto inizio 2025.
Grazie Michele, grazie dottor Mazzola. Grazie anche al Presidente che ci lascia...
Scusa, non ti sento Alessandra, ok.
Ora mi senti? Sì, spero di sì. Allora, dicevo, ringrazio anche il Presidente Zolezzi che ci concede qualche minuto in più, forse riusciamo a fare anche un altro giro e come nelle migliori tradizioni invertiamo il giro, quindi Michele ti eri messo, come dire, un po' rilassato e invece ti rilancio la palla subito, anche perché mi sembra che tu abbia alcuni argomenti, diciamo così, che hai citato ma magari non hai approfondito e che quindi magari sulla base di queste diverse esperienze che ci hai illustrato puoi approfondire magari nell'ottica di sfide e criticità appunto nel campo della formazione e poi ricerca nella cooperazione allo sviluppo.
Ok, perfetto, ripartiamo subito. Allora, uscendo un po' dalla parte più amministrativa, vedevo anche le presentazioni che hanno fatto i vostri colleghi africani questa mattina. Sicuramente lato nostro esiste una problematica oggettiva nella creazione, ad esempio, di percorsi formativi congiunti. Questo perché si tratta di sistemi talvolta molto lontani dal nostro sistema. C'è un tema oggettivo che è complesso addirittura a livello intraeuropeo, quindi tanto più in questo ambito, sul riconoscimento dei titoli. Voi insomma sapete meglio di me tutte le difficoltà che abbiamo in questo settore, perché c'è un tema normativo molto pesante su questo. Ci sono anche difficoltà nella creazione spesso di corsi congiunti. Lo abbiamo analizzato in dettaglio con l'esempio delle alleanze europee, ma ovviamente si è problematico anche qui creare un doppio diploma, un diploma congiunto con un'università europea, lo è ancora di più, come sapete, con università internazionali. Su questo il Ministero dovrà capire come poter cercare di agevolare alcuni passaggi perlomeno burocratici che esistono. Ci stiamo lavorando prendendo soprattutto a spunto il modello diciamo, le esigenze delle alleanze europee, ma sicuramente questo può essere un primo step per poi aprire anche a facilitare costruzioni extraeuropee. Accanto a questo si pone anche il tema poi della presenza delle nostre università in paesi extraeuropei. Citavo la missione in Uzbekistan, voi sapete che lì noi abbiamo un'esperienza variegata, perché da un lato abbiamo l'Università di Pisa, che ha aperto un corso, mi sembra in geologia o comunque materia affine, accreditato da Hamburg, quindi facendo un percorso perfettamente all'interno del contesto normativo italiano. Poi ci sono sedi dei politecnici che hanno fatto altre scelte, sono presenti, ma non hanno percorsi completamente erogati in quegli stati che rilasciano un titolo italiano. Questo è un altro tema su cui riflettere, quanto la presenza delle nostre università all'interno di sistemi educativi di altri paesi costituisce un elemento di forza per il nostro sistema e può costituire anche un elemento di coprogettazione, di cooperazione, di capacity building con i sistemi formativi presenti in questi paesi. Abbiamo ricevuto recentemente in questo senso una richiesta di creare un progetto di capacity building con alcune università del Kenya, vediamo come si svilupperà, ma è interessante anche qui proprio capire dal punto di vista normativo per noi come poi andiamo a regolare questa presenza, perché ora la prospettiva del vostro congresso è molto interessante e molto articolato. Purtroppo non riusciamo mai a partecipare realmente a queste iniziative e mi scuso, ma siamo come tutti quotidianamente oberati da una valanga di richieste ormai imprescindibile e sempre più alta. C'è un tema secondo me su come la postmodernità sta sviluppando il lavoro, su cui dovremmo ragionare astrattamente a prescindere dalle materie di cui parliamo, ma detto questo il tempo ormai ha subito una contrazione notevole e va messo in evidenza come noi dobbiamo ragionare su internazionalizzare il nostro sistema dal punto di vista del Ministero in due direzioni: dall'altro attraendo ricercatori, professori, studenti per periodi più o meno lunghi all'interno dei nostri sistemi, perché avere nelle faculty delle nostre università docenti non italiani che hanno esperienze internazionali aiuta le stesse università a crescere. Dall'altro capire come le nostre università riescono a marcare una presenza in sistemi formativi non italiani, cioè di altri paesi, perché anche questo indirettamente aiuta lo stesso sistema formativo italiano a crescere e a non rimanere all'interno dei confini nazionali. Questa è un po' la sfida che in modo molto ampio a livello di strategia il Ministero si sta ponendo e su cui sta riflettendo ovviamente insieme ai colleghi del MAECI su come poter dare delle indicazioni che possono poi aiutare gli attori del sistema di formazione superiore a operare in questo settore. Ora qui parliamo di università perché siamo al CUCS, ma ovviamente è molto importante anche tutta la parte che fa capo alle AFAM, che ha una proiezione internazionale molto accentuata sia in termini di accoglienza di studenti, a numeri veramente molto elevati, soprattutto come sapete il settore musicale, a cui guarda molto l'Asia, e con l'individuazione del canto lirico italiano come patrimonio UNESCO, le iscrizioni sono inevitabilmente aumentate, sia però come proprio proiezione internazionale in termini di portare la propria formazione all'estero. Questo in linea molto generale. Purtroppo chiudo su questo, spesso, e fate bene a sottolineare questo aspetto quando lo fate, lato poi di procedure amministrative, parlo per quelle che gestisco io direttamente, non per i colleghi, ci troviamo a lottare con una massa di burocrazia che poco si sposa con le dinamiche e con le tempistiche della collaborazione internazionale. Però, come dire, questa è la realtà e questo è il mondo in cui, pur cercando di migliorarlo, siamo chiamati ad agire quotidianamente.
Grazie.
Grazie ancora, dottor Mazzola, grazie Michele. E a questo punto invece torno dal dottor Cavasino, che è qui accanto a me, e anche a lui pongo sostanzialmente la stessa domanda, che ovviamente sarà declinata secondo il suo punto di vista, cioè considerando un po' sia le esperienze vissute, ma anche questa interessante mattinata che ha, come dire, portato alla luce molti elementi che dovrebbero essere forse anche più approfonditi. Quali sfide, quali criticità lei vede nel campo della formazione e della ricerca nella cooperazione allo sviluppo?
Bene, allora mi rimetto in piedi, se no avete una voce che parla dietro lo schermo. E allora, la scrittrice di cui ho fatto la citazione ovviamente è Michela Murgia, mi scuso per l'amnesia momentanea di cui avevo sofferto. Le sfide, io credo che voi le abbiate evidenziate in modo molto chiaro, quindi nella concretizzazione dei partenariati, nel riconoscimento dei titoli. Io vorrei partire anche dall'ultima considerazione del dottor professor Mazzola, che è la questione della capacità di rispondere alla massa di burocrazia e documentazione amministrativa che accompagna le iniziative di cooperazione allo sviluppo. Noi, l'ho detto anche nella sessione di cui ho fatto parte, siamo vincolati a dover dimostrare che l'utilizzo sia fatto in modo legale, efficiente ed efficace. Io volevo anche qui apprezzare molto, anche per rispondere anche alla domanda che mi era stata fatta prima, la relazione tra noi e le università. La relazione tra noi e le università, io credo che negli anni, io dal 2017 sono in agenzia, quindi quasi tutto il percorso fino ad oggi, sia andato molto avanti e ho apprezzato moltissimo anche, quindi c'è il doppio livello, la cooperazione amministrativa e prima di tutto la cooperazione scientifica, quindi l'identificazione degli oggetti, delle attività, dei risultati, ma anche gli uffici amministrativi. Io vorrei spezzare una lancia a favore dei vostri uffici amministrativi. Ci sono stati inceppi, ci sono inceppamenti, ci sono state delle difficoltà. Noi come agenzia stiamo lavorando anche a creare delle occasioni formative a distanza per cercare di aiutare i colleghi degli uffici amministrativi a risolvere i problemi dei nostri così complicati sistemi. Dunque, io credo che la risposta a quello che lei mi chiede sia nel proseguire questo dialogo, quindi la vostra assemblea biennale è un momento di evidenza, ma come ho anche detto prima riferirò al vice direttore tecnico e al direttore l'importanza di un dialogo strutturato continuo, proprio perché quando poi ci si trova sul campo, quindi a operare in attività formative e quindi sul riconoscimento dei titoli, nel fatto di avere scambi, il problema dei visti, qui è un altro problema, in questo chiamo in causa eventualmente anche il Ministero degli Affari Esteri, cioè ecco, io credo che rispetto a queste sfide un dialogo triangolato, quindi evidente con l'autorità politica e il Ministero degli Affari Esteri, l'Agenzia per tutto quello che riguarda gli aspetti operativi sul campo e i rapporti con le ambasciate locali, anche perché poi alla fine quando sei all'estero tu sei l'interlocutore dell'Agenzia con l'ambasciatore e i nodi vengono al pettine anche lì. Quindi la risposta è, ove possibile, io lo ripeterò, istituire un dialogo strutturato continuo sulle diverse tematiche, sui diversi aspetti che sono emersi nel corso di questi lavori è il modo migliore per fare in modo che il tanto evocato da tanti, il sistema Italia, diciamo, il sistema della cooperazione allo sviluppo anche descritto nella legge 125/2014 sia sempre di più efficiente, funzionale e abbia una relazione dialettica finalizzata a operare meglio, fare economie di scala e essere tutti più contenti, diciamo, e anche un pochino più rilassati perché effettivamente siamo tutti sovraccarichi di continue priorità e scadenze sulle quali poi, per assolvere le quali, a volte non riusciamo a lavorare come vorremmo sui contenuti, finalità identificazioni, diciamo, del perché e come di quello che noi stiamo facendo.
Grazie ancora dottor Cabasino. E a questo punto torno dal dottor Diodati. Anche per lui una domanda, diciamo così, se vogliamo simile, ma con qualche sfaccettatura in più. Insomma, quali sono le sfide per la diplomazia nel dare forma ad un approccio multi-stakeholder nella cooperazione scientifica e universitaria per lo sviluppo?
Le sfide sono molte, sicuramente vanno al di sopra del mio ufficio, che molto più modestamente si occupa appunto di tenere i contatti con gli enti esterni al nostro ministero, incluso appunto le università, eccetera. Cosa significa questa collaborazione? Per esempio parlavamo prima di visti. È chiaro che se l'università dovesse organizzare degli eventi, eccetera, il Ministero degli Esteri può fare un messaggio alle sedi avvertendo chi viene in Italia, dando i nominativi, eccetera. Più in piccolo, per esempio a Teramo, non abbiamo tutto questo gran numero di invitati, basterebbe anche un'email all'ambasciatore. Insomma, nel mio caso io in passato ho mandato email ad ambasciatori dicendo guarda che in Italia dovrebbe venire lo studioso tal dei tale, eccetera. Ripeto, per grandi eventi in genere, se si fanno le cose in grande, si può fare un messaggio alle varie sedi avvisando chi arriva per facilitare il visto. Ovviamente parlando più in generale di questo approccio multi-stakeholder, questo è l'approccio che chiaramente deve essere seguito. Proprio per questo la nostra direzione si è un po' ristrutturata quest'anno, si è dotato del nuovo ufficio che presiedo, perché ormai chiaramente, come diceva anche il dottor Cabasino, bisogna avere un approccio olistico, approccio olistico che si sta praticamente confermando anche in un approccio un po' più vasto, un po' filosofico. Basta vedere per esempio i testi scritti da vari professori e scienziati, per esempio l'ex fisico Tito Capra ha scritto questo bestseller, Il Tao della fisica, dove praticamente studiando oggi le particelle subatomiche si vede che la particella subatomica interagisce con colui che la osserva, quindi serve che l'osservatore sia interno al mondo della fisica, al mondo delle particelle subatomiche, perché una volta misurata la particella subatomica quasi si ferma, si interrompe la lunghezza d'onda. Approfitto dell'assenza di professori di fisica lì da voi per spiegare un po' con parole mie. E quindi questo cosa significa? È come se la particella subatomica riconoscesse che l'individuo che la misura fa parte del suo mondo, quindi è come se si facesse parte. Questo concetto avvicina la fisica quantistica alla filosofia induista, dove praticamente l'individuo non è esterno al mondo, ma è interno al mondo, tant'è vero che vicino al termine di Ginevra è stata posta una statua di Nataraja, che è lo Shiva danzante, cioè il dio Shiva che crea il mondo e che poi lo distruggerà. Questo cosa vuol dire? Vuol dire che bisogna proprio usare un approccio olistico, come diceva il dottor Cabasino, cioè bisogna essere immersi nella natura, perché ci siamo accorti che appunto usando il metodo cartesiano, che era un metodo non olistico, l'uomo l'universo macchina, cioè dove tutto è equiparabile ad una macchina, bisogna smontare la macchina pezzo per pezzo, sfruttare la natura, quindi ci siamo accorti che ormai abbiamo esaurito le risorse della natura, per cui mi riallaccio all'intervento del dottor Cabasino che diceva che bisogna usare un approccio appunto rispettoso della natura e delle risorse umane. Quindi, come vediamo, il mondo è complesso, approccio olistico, approccio multi-stakeholder, quindi le sfide sicuramente sono enormi.
Grazie ancora dottor Diodati, e vengo ancora a Francesco che per questo ultimo intervento Ecco Francesco, tu hai anche molte esperienze vissute e quindi che conosci bene. E allora come vedi quali sono le sfide, le criticità appunto nel campo della formazione e nella ricerca per quanto riguarda la cooperazione allo sviluppo?
Ma le criticità e le sfide sono innumerevoli. Io me ne sono appuntate 3. Una prima è storica perché non bisogna dimenticare che la cooperazione italiana è nata capillare e frammentata, sostanzialmente impostata sui nostri missionari che erano in giro per il mondo, nei posti rurali più che nelle città. Nei decenni a queste presenze si sono inserite molte organizzazioni non governative, QAM, Medicus Mundi per quanto è la mia esperienza, e molte altre, religiose e laiche. Le università sono arrivate un po' per ultime, ma in qualche modo si sono pure appoggiate a queste realtà. Cosa significa questo? Significa che il mondo universitario italiano si presenta ai partner africani, latinoamericani, eccetera, in modo frammentato. A me ogni tanto fa venire in mente la storia degli Orazi e dei Curiazi, che a qualche anno si ricorda che ce lo insegnavano a scuola. In altri termini, una prima criticità per me, ricerca e formazione, è riuscire a presentare questo mondo frammentato, e qui le nostre rappresentanze diplomatiche all'estero possono essere chiave. Adesso non mi ricordo più se erano i Curiazi o se erano gli Orazzi quelli che andavano uno per uno o tutti e 3 insieme, ma comunque sia in modo unico e non con una frammentazione. Una seconda criticità è relativa alla sostenibilità, è stata menzionata. Allora io voglio dire, anche a tutti noi piace la programmazione e la sostenibilità, a noi rettori in particolare. Devo anche dire, e non è una critica che faccio, ma è un dato di fatto, il nostro Paese, diciamo così, nei decenni non si è proprio distinto per essere un Paese dove le risorse dedicate alla cooperazione allo sviluppo raggiungono lo 0,7% del PIL e soprattutto lo raggiungono in modo stabile. Ripeto, non è una critica, anche perché è trasversale nei decenni. Questo ci potrebbe aiutare in progetti sostenibili. Anche il PNRR è stata un'ubriacatura che nel 2026 non ci sarà più. La terza criticità che vedo è il brain drain. Questa è una cosa critica e fondamentale. E c'è anche una specie di dicotomia all'interno della quale io non riesco a orizzontarmi, perché da un lato premiano le università se riescono ad attrarre studenti che vengono dall'estero. Noi abbiamo delle quote premiali. Dall'altro, attrarre studenti e docenti e ricercatori che vengono dall'estero in qualche modo, direttamente o indirettamente, facilita il brain drain. Questo è un dato di fatto. E io non ho trovato la soluzione a questo. Le uniche soluzioni che vedo sono stati citati i double degree, cioè cercare di fare un qualcosa senza sradicare la persona. Un'altra possibile cosa facile da fare, ma deve uscire dagli orti del nostro egoismo. Prima sono stati citati i numeri delle authorship africane sugli articoli fatti in Africa. Questa è una vergogna. Un nome in meno di un italiano, un nome in più di un collega. Questo lo dico come regola generale, perché se no non riusciremo mai a fare in modo che il brain drain si fermi. Allora, noi abbiamo un mondo complessissimo, un mondo che esce dai confini disciplinari, un mondo che da un lato ci spinge, e qui siamo a posto e ne sono contento, alla cooperazione. Dall'altro un mondo, è stato citato prima dal professor Ruffini, della security in dual use in diplomacy for science. Anche questo è un tema importante. La sicurezza della scienza nei rapporti internazionali è un qualcosa che oggi ci interroga, e noi rettori siamo sollecitati proprio dal nostro Ministero degli Affari Esteri e della Cooperazione Internazionale. Quindi è un mondo di contraddizioni dove spetta a noi, e non siamo ancora arrivati in fondo, trovare una strada, ma io credo che il CUCS possa essere un buon think tank di pensatoio per questo. Noi abbiamo tanta speranza per il futuro, ci sono tanti giovani in sala, Giamba, possiamo stare tranquilli, vero? Ecco, noi abbiamo tante speranze. Ecco, io chiedo ai nostri ministeri di avere fiducia in noi come noi ne abbiamo nei giovani che oggi e tra qualche anno prenderanno il ruolo nostro. A noi il ruolo di dare l'esempio di saper uscire dai nostri singoli giardinetti disciplinari e dalle nostre piccole, diciamo così, recinti, che non è il paradigma della cooperazione, è l'esatto opposto.
Grazie Francesco. Bene, ringrazio tutti i relatori che sono stati qui al tavolo, che ci hanno dato appunto i loro punti di vista. Ringrazio Francesco che mi evita di dover aggiungere altre parole perché meglio di quelle che ha pronunciato lui non ne trovo altre. Prima di dare la parola al Presidente faccio solamente una piccola pubblicità, ovvero sia quella, magari scendendo nell'atrio ci sono dei panel di lavori di colleghi di 9 dipartimenti dell'Università di Firenze, se riguarda ovviamente la cooperazione, se volete darci un'occhiata, benissimo. Bene, grazie ancora per essere stati qui con noi.
Bene, 2 battute conclusive e poi lascerò alla professoressa Loda i saluti finali. È veramente anche, penso, un bellissimo segnale di attenzione aver avuto quasi 3 rettori, dico quasi perché Oliviero non è potuto appunto partecipare proprio all'ultimo, a un convegno CUCS, e ringrazio veramente i 2 rettori presenti qui e anche Oliviero per l'attenzione che hanno dato al momento del CUCS. Una rete che mi ha fatto molto piacere sentire queste 3 parole: ricchezza, estensione e profondità. Quindi ringrazio il dottor Cabasino per questo apprezzamento. Ce l'ha detto qualcuno di esterno rispetto al convegno CUCS e questo dà molto valore, non ce lo stiamo dicendo da soli. Una ricchezza che va dalla componente più giovane, che abbiamo visto anche stamattina, alla componente più esperta, più senior, più emerita, non uso altre sigle, Giamba, e che fa proprio la vita della rete. E ci dicevamo ieri con le altre reti attive in CRUI, Runipace, RUS, RECUI, SARE, Unicore, questo momento di dialogo che abbiamo avuto ieri sera con i referenti delle altre reti, che accomuna queste reti sia questa base molto ampia e molto viva, di cui qui c'è una parte, ma abbiamo tanti colleghi e tanti altri studenti che sono nelle nostre sedi che mettono in atto le attività legate alla cooperazione quotidianamente, e c'è un forte lavoro poi di interfaccia. Un'altra cosa, un elemento che accomuna le reti è proprio l'interfaccia fra formazione e ricerca e cercare un effetto, un impatto nel rapporto con le istituzioni, con i territori, con la società civile, con il mondo profit, no profit. E io personalmente ho preso moltissimo stamattina dai relatori sulla Science Diplomacy, da cui ho imparato molto. Ringrazio molto sia i colleghi di Trieste per aver messo in piedi questo momento e il professor Ruffini e il dottor Lobasso per l'intervento, che credo ha dato un po' un elemento molto chiaro, molto di ottima prospettiva su questa dimensione che proprio tocca il tema dell'interfaccia. È un buon momento, è stato detto più volte, è un momento importante in cui c'è attenzione sui temi della cooperazione. Alcune sfide le possiamo vincere insieme, non possiamo farlo da soli, e come CUCS ci siamo detti più volte abbiamo bisogno di fare riflessioni, le abbiamo fatte in modo esteso e profondo, come ci ha detto il collega dell'agenzia, e intendiamo continuare a farle, e i temi sono tantissimi. Forse in alcuni ci siamo detti con qualche collega, forse avremmo voluto avere ancora più tempo per discutere alcune tematiche, ma da dove siamo con le tesi di laurea, come impostiamo le tesi di laurea e come sono vissute le tesi di laurea in progetti di cooperazione, i tirocini, il rapporto fra il personale docente e il personale tecnico amministrativo, è stato richiamato quanto è fondamentale questa interazione nei programmi di cooperazione, e moltissimi altri. Anche le tematiche di fondo, la visione dello sviluppo e del rapporto fra pari nei programmi di cooperazione. Insomma, di questa riflessione c'è molto bisogno, e quindi nelle discussioni che stiamo facendo per i prossimi appuntamenti stiamo seriamente pensando, almeno nei prossimi anni, di aumentare la frequenza degli appuntamenti di questo tipo. Benché forse non possa fare un annuncio proprio ufficiale completamente, perché non c'è stata una riunione del Consiglio CUCS che lo abbia adottato, sono molto contento di annunciare che stiamo molto seriamente considerando la disponibilità dell'Università di Genova ad ospitare CUCS 2025, quindi fra un anno, non fra due, di cui ringrazio moltissimo per questa offerta il professor Marco Frascio. E stiamo considerando non poi di aspettare il 2027, ma anche visto quel progetto di MUR-TNE coordinato dall'Università di Brescia, di pensare, agganciato all'evento finale di network di questo progetto, un appuntamento CUCS anche per il 2026. Io credo di aver concluso, non abbiamo più molto tempo. Vorrei ringraziare tantissimo tutti gli ospiti della mattinata e quelli che sono intervenuti, e prima di darle la parola vorrei ringraziare moltissimo la professoressa Mirella Loda per tutta l'organizzazione e il coordinamento, e tutto il consiglio CUCS e i colleghi CUCS che hanno supportato e accompagnato questo evento. Grazie Mirella.
No, sono io che ringrazio tutti quanti, tutti i relatori, anche quelli collegati, e ringrazio il CUCS per il supporto che ha dato anche a questa organizzazione, ma in particolare la mia ultima parola di ringraziamento va al comitato organizzativo locale, e in particolare ad Alessandro Merlo e ad Elena Brescia, che si sono veramente prodigati in maniera incredibile, e al nostro staff di studenti, Camilla, che purtroppo stamattina non può esserci per ragioni personali, Adelina, Jonathan, eccetera, eccetera. Quindi grazie anche ai nostri studenti.